Discovery, go at throttle up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
No, this isn't the. This. Nope. Not the Goat Simulator music. Nope. Here, alright, I'll change it. Here you go, ready? I got it. See, this is different. Alright, fine. What's up, Bane? How you doing, man? Play it 10 times at once? I did that the other day, or last night, and, yeah, chat did not like that. They did not like that. Yeah. But also, Alright. Fine. There you go. There we go. Let's play cities. Hey, pain free. Here, look at this. You think this melon farmer knows what he's saying? Look. For those who are anchored to the past, just a little confrontation. Space shuttle cargo. You see this? I think I'm one of those. Yeah. What's up with that, man? That's messed up. I'm pretty sure one of these has been to space. And the other one hasn't. I know, yeah, I know. I probably know more about Starship than you. Be quiet. Shh! Brr. Emotional damage. The other one, yeah, not flying. So, I looked at this, fellas. Yeah, no, I mean, no, we'll say, Thomas, we'll say that that's the whole cargo bay. That's fine. I looked at this and I said, can we somehow, like, maybe find a way to, like, have both of these, for science? Why does the human have no cargo bay? Yeah, I know, right? Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, why can't we have a work truck and a semi-truck? See? Yeah. Somebody knows. They can be Thunder Buddies. Yeah. Thunder Buddies for life now, right, Johnny? Frick you, Thunder. You can. I'm not saying the rest.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
All right, that's where we draw the line. All right. Mr. Balk, Mr. Bauxy is not here. 23 months, that's it. That's the message. Return to your daily duties. All right. Anyways, that new highway you made was swank and mint. Mint. Anyway. Let's go. Change scene. Switch to Teleview. No, that's not Teleview. Maybe. There it goes. All right. Continue. Okay, if Painfree is lurking, we'll just... Can't hear that? All right. Nikki, you like the new highway? Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, see? It's good. Rolling start.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Rolling start.
Are you awake yet?
Rolling start.
All right. Yeah, drummer. 73-month resub. Danke. Okay, music for the false start. Yeah. There we go. Music? What? I can't hear you. The music's too loud. Alright. This makes you think of the Rich Rebuilds music. That guy, homeboy's a master on the flute. Or the recorder. Alright. Alright, so we were just thinking where we're going to establish our industrial area. We have a nice industrial area here. But, yeah, we gotta... We're gonna have to figure this one out, you know? I was thinking about buying another square. But we don't have a lot of cash to do it, so we're gonna... Yeah, we got a massive industrial demand, so I think I'll put a little bit of that there. Yeah, they got plenty. They good. I also realized why they call this Cape Apple, because it looks like New York, and New York is the Big Apple. Yeah. Sneaky, I just want you to say apple. Say apple. A-double-P-L-E. Just say apple. Yep, nope, jumping. Yeah, what you're doing is jumping. Yeah, no. Don't worry, you just might have a minor case of severe brain damage. But don't think about it, because, you know, don't blow gasket. Drummer, no! Drummer, stop! Did you see Portal Ritix? What's Portal Riddix? Finally, a reference I understand. Want apple shaped like island? Question? Question? Alright, where are we at? We're almost a big town. Big. NVIDIA made a DLC for Portal 1. It's a graphics remaster. Portal REX. That's not what I want. Cordell.
I'm making a note here, huge success.
Let me say
We
real
do
quick.
what we must because we can. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead.
Welcome to the Aperture Science Computer Aided Enrichment Center. Cake and grief counseling will be available at the conclusion of the test. The Enrichment Center regrets to inform you that this next test is impossible. What are you doing? Stop it.
Target lost. Are you still there? Target lost. I'm different.
Fellas, do you ever you ever remember a game and you're like, man, that game was really good, the graphics are amazing, and you go back and you play the game and you're like, wow, the graphics are not amazing, they're pretty bad, right? A congregation, what's up, man? You guys ever remember that? Maybe I just remember Portal's graphics being really good. But that looks exactly how I remember it. And don't get me wrong, I know that that's not the case. But yeah, also. Great, how's it going? It's going good. They're also doing a program which is a texture upscaler for any game. They showed it with Morrowind. Wow. Greg tossed you guys? Well, he probably got sick of you. He's probably like, yeah, alright, get the heck out of my stream. Am I right? Am I right? Greg, are you here? Oh, hey. What's up, Greg Raiders? You guys know my buddy Econ Greg. Econ Greg is an astronomy streamer and an economy streamer. Economy, astronomy. Let's call it him an Econa Astra anonymous. He probably just prefer like an Econa ass phenomenist. Yep. You'd probably prefer that. Yeah, gotta work meeting. Econ. Alright, man. Econstromy. Colon Street. Colonoscopy? What? What are you talking about? Wrecked him. Damn near killed him. Anyway, Greg. Alright, hey man. Thanks for the raid. Enjoy your meeting. Enjoy your meeting. Yeah, you guys could say that Greg's stream is money. Yay, meetings! Where are all the garbage trucks? Why is nobody picking up our trash? Well, that's because I didn't give any money for that. Sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. Now that should fix that. Hi, Brimo. How's your Brimo day going? Good? This is going a little loud, a little loud. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Wow. We're really gonna put the noise suppressor to the test today, fellas. And, I thought the background noise, the city's background noise was loud. And nope, nope. Yeah, that's rain. Yep. I need to poop. 27-month resub. Yo, what's up? I'm really enjoying watching you play cities and seeing you start fresh. Thanks, man. Primo said, it's great. I had a comfy morning, and then my fiance made me a great lunch, and now I get to code all afternoon. Yep, you guys can't hear it. I can hear it. Ready? That ain't a fan. Kind of hear your voice being warbled with it on. Yeah, the rain noise is sweet. Oh, hey, rain. Yeah. Was enjoying the rain. It stopped. There's a huge band that's coming through here. On the first day of fall. Got some of that damn Canadian air coming in. Alright, anyway, let's get going. We only have 33 G's in the bank. But our income is quite nice. Plus 2,300 right there. We do need to work on some garbage services and whatnot. Huge band, like Queen? Yes. You know, one time, the guy from Queen, the lead singer of Queen, said, glass bottom boats, they make the rockin' world go round. Glass bottom boats, they make the rockin' world go round. Right? Right? Not playing the Modern Warfare 2 beta. How very not poggers it. You want me to play the Modern Warfare 2 beta? I don't think like, seriously, like, okay, alright. Serious question. No meme stuff aside. You want me to play that? No, glass bottom boats. Shilda? Just Shilda. No, glass bottom boats, man. We're gonna get in trouble. Oh. No. Okay. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. So, with that being said, I'm gonna say this. Why would I want to play that crock of crap? I had to be sure. Tonight I'm gonna have myself a real good time. I feel love. Rain. Ha ha ha. Paint a park area around the hill. Oh. Well, I could. Audio is super bad now. Idiot. Arc. What game is this? City Skylines. It's a city building game. It's free money? Yeah, sneaky. That's the way you do it. You make your parks. in the middle of the city. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your roads for free. It's free real estate. All right. There we go. Dean Hill. You know what? I'm keeping that. Hey. Nice park. Yeah, this is Dean Hill Park. You could say that it rocks. The park is missing a pond? I don't want a pond. No, boo! No! Stop it. Used to be a landfill. Shh. Hey. Can we build this? Do we have the budget for it? 240 a week upkeep, and yep. Everybody like that. We must have more foot. Oh, sneaky. You hear all those updudes? Man. We got updudes for days. Doot, 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 doot. Look at all the updudes. Oh, there's an updude. Ding, ding, ding. It's for real estate. Uh-oh. I think the botanical garden is like original. Botanical doot doot. Botanical doot 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 doot. Botanical doot 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 doot. Oh no. Botanical doot 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 doot. Botanical doot 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 doot. My coffee's done. Doot 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 doot. Now you got the song stuck in your head. Doot 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 doot. Nice shirt. Yeah. It's a famous band called Apollo Yix. Apollo Z. Yep. Mission accomplished. Who can play at that game? Their greatest hit went straight to the moon. Apology. Yep. Picnic. Light. Great to meet ya. Interested in a pint? How are ya? Hey? Good old IF corpse. Have a treat. The industry is suffering. Bang. Watch your back! Oh, jeez. Stop, stop, stop it. Looks great, Sneaky. Scottish. Wait, what? Where does the road actually go, though? To the picnic table. I don't want that there. Just a lone picnic table. Keep your feet on the ground. Oh my gosh! Stop. That's nostalgia. So much nostalgia. Pretty cool table. We should go take a look at it with our first person. Nice view that way. It's a country road that takes you home. You guys are just doing all that, huh? Where is Mun? So who is Mun? Do we have enough for the train yet? No, 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 stop it, stop it, stop with the force strength. Hang on 1 second, dudes. Alright, that's not giving that no problem. Buttery biscuit base. Stop it. I want to.
I like the bass, 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 bass.
base. I like the buttery biscuit base.
We got the park.
I like the buttery biscuit base. I like the base. I like the buttery base. I like the buttery biscuit base. I like the buttery base. I like the buttery base. Base knowledge. Crunchy base. Nutty base. Buttery biscuit base. Acid base. Smack around the face. I like the buttery biscuit base. Hard base. Soft base. Buttery biscuit base. I like the buttery base. I like the buttery base. But it needs more oomph. That base. Toasty nutty base. Biscuit base. Base. Toasty base. Base. Rubbery. Slimy base. Base underneath. Base. Toasty nutty base. I like the base. I like the buttery biscuit base. I like the base. Biscuit base. I like the buttery biscuit base. I like the base. I like the buttery base. I like the buttery biscuit base. I like the buttery base. I like the buttery base. I like the buttery biscuit base. Needs to be a little bit deeper, and then bang, in comes the bass.
Why is it? Oh, I just want to play the game. All right, shut it off. All right. That's enough. That is enough. All right, I've had quite about enough of this. All right, so we have the park all figured out. I've noticed a couple of things that the city needs. Electrical is okay. Water is just fine for now. We're a little bit under on the trash. And I think making a dedicated recycling area would probably be a good idea. Do you know the song called What Did the Fox Say? Oh. Yes. Ban that person. It's actually a good song. It's a little bit of a banger. Foxes bark? Sneaky. It's a song about foxes talking and dancing around, and you're concerned with the fact that foxes don't bark. In the video? Crime doesn't pay. We're gonna hire McGruff the crime dog to take a bite out of crime. Alright, can we afford another police station? We're at plus 1,500. 12,000 for De Polizei. Yeah, De Polizei. Yeah? That song came out in 2013. What space stuff are we doing now? You know what? Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. We need to wash ourselves of this filth. We need to cleanse ourselves of the filth by looking at... Look at it. Look at it. It's God tier. Oh, look, $1 billion kit. Nope. I would not allow this blasphemy in my chat. Nice try, Booger Man. Buttery biscuit. Damn it! Alright. We do have shipping lines. Yeah, that's the... Buried! Ferry pathway. Very godparents! No, no plane. Then they said there was no way. Want to try something with trolley buses? I mean, Sneaky, it's mostly due to the fact that they're, what's the word? Useless? Yeah, useless. Yeah. It's rained a lot. You guys can, well, you can hear it now. I don't think we need trolley buses right now. I could really do with a train to bring stuff into the industry. The big problems that I'm trying to figure out is that, you know, I should have put residential over here and I should have put industrial over here. The reason why... Let's just shut that off for a little while. Your voice sounds like a transmission to Naboo. Nice. Yeah, it's a little loud, isn't it? That could make more noise, couldn't it? All right, we get it. Water comes from the sky. Holy crap. Okay, it's dying down. Alright. Okay. You love that sound? You could bulldoze the industry and move it to the other side. And, yeah. And then the trucks wouldn't have to come across here. Maybe it's telling you to build an arc. Also, that's an amazing noise filter you have in place. Yeah, yeah, it does okay. So moving the industry over here would change a couple of things. The goods we produce for the stores would now be bridge traffic. But the trucks that make the raw materials wouldn't be bridge traffic. So the raw materials come in, goods come out, right? That's why I wanted to get a train track going in here. Ah. But are we gonna... Do you want to pollute the farmland down here? I don't know if I want to do that. Purchase all for free? No. No. What's the flow rate on this? Yikes. We have way more coming in than we do going out. Interesting. But this thing is nowhere near capacity. And this high flow interchange is working very nicely. I have a secondary bridge for industry would help prevent transportation issues, but then again, just another bridge. Yeah. There was a bridge right where those dirt roads were. Oh, coffee is needed. There was a bridge right by where these dirt roads were. Tunnel? Why would we screw our budget with tunnels, Electron? Tunneling is expensive in cities, dude. I don't really... I really want to dig that. Why not a new industrial area by the old bridge footing on the highway side? Sneaky, that's what I was thinking, buddy. He posted a new video today, didn't he, Thomas? Alright. Alright, your boy has an idea. Get rid of that old right away. We don't need that. Phase 1 is complete. Very nice. That does sound a lot like Florida weather. Clayton, we did have Florida weather for a long time, and it's been nothing but humid. We're talking 70, 80 humidity right now. Like, dude, look. My AC can't even keep up with it. 73% humidity, so that, for the people that, for centigrade people. The air conditioner can't keep up with how humid it's been, dude. It's dumped. We probably got, like... I don't know, in the last, like, 3 weeks, probably, like, 6 or 7 inches of rain. And don't get me wrong, that's not Florida. I know Florida. But that's a lot of rain for us. But yeah, it's been, basically since we moved in, it's been nothing but rain. We had a couple of nice warm days, but yeah, didn't last too long. Okay. Alright. Let's, bottle it and sell it to California. There you go. Yeah. Sneaky, that's probably not right. But yeah, Blam, we jumped right into fall. You need warmth where you're at? Yeah. I'm trying to think how I want to put this together here. We have the drainage ditches going that way and the drainage ditches going that way. I kind of want to leave up here for farms. Farming stuff, but also maybe we'll just send that. And I'm thinking like an industrial dock right here would be really good eventually. I'm thinking maybe we put an airport right here and then right there put a couple of airports right there, maybe put another one over there. This really does look like New York. I mean, Brooklyn is supposed to go kind of over here. Can you reach that far with the tiles? Yeah, you can't reach over there. There's Roosevelt Island right there. And then Triboroughs. Oh yeah, they don't call it the Triborough no more. I don't care. But Spoonjahaman. What's up, man? Okay. Chad, we're gonna make a manifold here, right? Or you know what we could do? We could go look at some reference. I've decided that we're gonna subsidize the oil industry. I know people are like, huh? Oh no, it's bad. It's a video game. I want money, okay? Calm down. Shh. Video game. Just chill. Rinaldi Klein, New York excavation. Rinaldi Klein. Yeah, come on. Rinaldi Klein. I'll dig you a freaking hole. I'm going to take your hole. I'm going to freaking dig it. Rinaldi Klein. I prefer Kunkelman Chevrolet. Dude, use wind and solar power? Do I look like I like wearing dresses to you, boy? That was a joke. Please, 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 God, that was a joke. Just relax. No, I know. You can use wind and solar in this game, but the way cities is set up, if you refine oil, you make lots of money. Playa. Yeah, see, there's the Princess EJ pictures. See? Yeah, don't judge. Maybe I do. Maybe I will use wind and solar. I'm not. I'm refining oil. Oil? Is it any bad oil, man? You cooking? Alright, so seriously, if you get into the refining business in cities, refining oil, dude, the hell with drilling it, because the oil dries up in like 2 seconds if you try to drill for it, right? Like, there's an oil deposit here, but that's a waste. It doesn't do anything. What's your first person mod called? It's called First Person Bees. It's not called that at all. It's not called that at all. First person camera updated. And that is why people haven't evolved past the Type 1 civilization. DJ, would you be mad? Would you be mad if I said that fossil fuels helped us do this? Like, big time? Like, see that? Yeah. Fossil fuels. That and hydrogen. But also, a lot of kerosene. I'm talking about, like, not the industry that made it. I'm talking about the actual rocket. Emilio! What's up, man? Yeah. Yeah, see that? So what you're saying is dinosaurs put us on the moon. Hydrogen, kerosene, coffee, and a lot of smokes. A lot of tobacco. But don't get me wrong. I understand exactly what you're saying. That being said, we're still going to refine oil. We're going to refine a lot of oil. Watch this. So see, we have 54 grand. 54 grand, you know. That's a lot. I'm going to make that 54 million here, okay? Million. I have the delivery for a baron. All right. So, we got the tracks right there, which is perfect. How about 1.54 million? All right. Whole area gonna smell like farts, though. It doesn't matter. It's across the river. sitting on the other side. You were at the hospital on the other side. Could always key the coastal area for this. We could. But Sneaky, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go. Possibly we should have left 50 years ago. We should have nuclear, diamond, or lithium engines for rockets now. Diamond nuclear engines use nuclear waste as fuel. No, seriously, Google it. Diamond nuclear engines? I mean, I'm not going to say we shouldn't have nuclear engines. And, DJ, I'm also not going to say that, you know, want to solve that whole carbon emissions problem. Well, guess what? There's no carbon in uranium, boy. Am I right? There's no carbon in uranium or plutonium. I'm just saying. There's no carbon in that. You could make carbon with it if you really wanted to, but there's no carbon in there. You know? There ain't no carbon in there. Just putting it out there. If you split it down a bunch, there is. Shh. I think we should use Moscovium, element 115. If you know. You know about the island of stability. The island of stupidity. Alright, anyway. Let's get going here. Take a look. I want to basically make this. Yeah. Yeah, especially that part. Part's great. Moscovium sounds like the island of stability. You know about the island of stability? Reference. Okay. Lot of oil storage drums in Texas City right there. Wow. Are you going to add retention ponds? We don't have that type of climate, Clayton, so we don't really need to. Ooh. Look at... Ooh. Fellas, anybody familiar with this? Oh, shoal. Oh, okay. I know. Shoal... Oh, no, I thought that shit's shoal pond. What are we looking at here? This looks like wastewater. I know, Hellfish. You ever stared at it? Marveled at its beauty? Its genius? Oh, look at all... Oh, man. They're cooking. You could say that, yes, they are cooking. Settling pods for the industrial wastewater, likely. Okay. DJ, put the angst down. We agree. I agree with you. Yeah, nuclear. That's a good idea. But in the game, nuclear doesn't get you very far. I want money. I want money. You know? I'm generally not very greedy, except when it comes to rockets. But in the game, though, I want money. Bonjour. Guess where I am? Oh. Orange train good. Orange train good. Orange train good. Dan? Okay. You check out the oil industry in Rotterdam, it's even larger than that. Glenn, what are we talking about here? That's just Texas City. You want to look at not Galveston, you want to look at Houston? Look. Oh, look at all of it. Oh, it's awesome. Oh, that's amazing. Look at all the industry. That makes me so happy. Make things. It keeps going. It keeps going and going and going and going. That's nice. All right. This is what we're gonna need. We're gonna need a lot of drums. We're gonna need a lot of trains. We're gonna need some docks. All right. It makes you want to sell your car and ride a bike everywhere? Yeah. Yeah, sure. All right, so the drainage ditch. I think that drainage ditch is pretty much good for over there, so I'm gonna close that part of it here, because we need to build an on-ramp, and I'm gonna do it's not necessarily a frontage road style on-ramp, but this ramp will be purely for industrial. So let's go here like this. Make a very we'll do something like that. Raise that up. Raise it up, dude. Do something like that. Then, and then. Let me take something like this. Do that. Here like this. Alright. So now what we're going to do, we'll build the bridge. Two-way highway should be good enough. Actually, give me... Is that a 4-lane one-way? No. We need 4-lane two-way right there. Let's try doing that. Let's try making this out of a 4-lane two-way and see what happens. All right, so let's go up with it like that. Okay. That is nice bridge. Just wanted the streetlights not clipping into the bridge. Make sure we have the clearance. So go here, go here, go here, and go here. Control H. Boom. Oh, hell yeah. Make sure we flatten a little bit of terrain. Hey man, what would the new agreement be between NASA and... Oh, hey Ian, what's going on, man? What do you want to know? So... What would be the new agreement between NASA and Roscosmos regarding flights to the ISS in general, please? Nothing has changed. Just like I said, nothing has really changed. The Russians have a new leader for Roscosmos. His name is Yuri Borisov, and he basically... Dude, the dude basically said, I'm keeping politics out of the space program. Yeah. Yeah. Not the worst. Not the worst idea. And basically, after that, NASA was like, oh, you are? Alright, sweet, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Yeah. We're gonna keep politics out of the space program, and that's it. And yeah, kind of been pretty A-okay since then. Yeah, dude, everything has really not been too bad. I mean, NASA astronaut Frank Rubio launched on MS-22 yesterday. We didn't get around to watching it because of, we didn't get around to watching it because I was very, very involved with the, I was very involved with the tanking test yesterday. That was very important. Yeah, Bears, once I heard that from Yuri Borisov, I'm like, yeah, alright, cool. Sweet, we're good. Be good, man. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to start out with a pretty small refinery. Yeah, Sneaky, I'm thinking for just a kind of a very... So this is like a very typical Midwestern interchange here. It's just very straightforward stuff. We'll start with like small capacity. Literally that right there. But I mean that one's a little bit bigger, but see they grade the roads on either side, and I know that Texas is in the Midwest for what it's worth, but this road architecture is very prevalent through the center parts of the country. We don't have that. We don't have that. We do not have that. We have the opposite of that over here because, yeah, I'm not going to talk about it. Pissed off a couple of people in chat the other day talking about roads here. We have that. Help. Help. Please send help. Baguette! But if you look at, actually a good place to check it would be, yeah, pretty much anywhere here. We'll just go to Indian Ocean. You have that. See? Very straightforward stuff. A lot of interchanges are being retrofitted for diverging diamonds. Yeah. Diverging diamonds are pretty cool. I hear a lot of diverging diamonds end up like in Arizona and stuff. Like if people from Arizona can tell, like, oh man, we put another diverging diamond in. I'm like, all right, let's go take a look. Let's go look at Phoenix. Hey, I see my house. Colorado Springs just added a third one.
Is Colorado driving?
Oh God, I've never driven in Colorado. In fact, I don't think I've ever been to Colorado.
As Colorado driving conditions continue to change, CDOT improves motorist safety with the installation of diverging diamond interchanges. Let's learn about these interchanges and their effects on the traveling public. So, what is a diverging diamond interchange? How does it work? How can it improve traffic? Why is it considered safer? All of the questions are important, but most important, we will be learning to drive a DDI because it is a new way of moving around. The diverging diamond is an innovative interchange design that reduces the amount of time you have to wait to turn left. What does that mean? First, the DDI shifts you, the driver, to the left side of the road. This gives you direct access to a left-hand ramp so you can drive onto the highway without having to wait at a traffic signal. The lanes then shift you back to the right side to continue your journey. Diverging diamond interchanges can improve capacity over conventional interchanges because they nearly double the amount of cars able to turn left. Left-turning cars keep moving instead of having to stop at a light first. DDIs allow free-flowing turns when exiting and entering the highway. DDIs also help
diverging
improve
diamonds
safety,
are actually.
since they eliminate the
I know it
left
looks
turn
ridiculous, fellas. That actually does work with traffic lights in the right spot. It's very good. It basically, you have all the benefits of like a full highway interchange, but not as big and not nearly as expensive.
across oncoming traffic, crashes are reduced. When crashes do occur, they are typically less severe than the type of T-bone crashes that can happen at intersections. We know it's one thing to talk about why a DDI is such an innovative way to help you get around, but how do you drive one? Let's take a look. When you enter the DDI, you will stop at a traffic light. When the light turns green, you will simply follow your lane to the opposite side of the roadway. Be sure to stay in your lane and watch the roadway. For those of you looking to go onto the highway, stay in the left lane and look for the roadway to shift to the left. Remember, at this point, you would have traditionally been stopped at a traffic light with your blinker on. Instead, you are continuing to move on to the intersection and onto the highway. To continue through the interchange, stay in the center lanes. Your lanes will cross back.
Okay, I think we got the gist of it. These do work in cities. They work. The AI does pick up on it. I just don't think I really built that's not really the type of interchange that I'm going for here. Yeah, that's not really what I'm trying to do. Hey, sweet potato. I want boomer interchange. Guys, I'm not talking much because the noise filter will screw up the voice, my voice encoding. Either that or I'm just a robot. Either one. So. We're looking at the 27th. Yep. Oh. Nope. Hesitated. Blah, 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 blah. We got the campus area. We got taxation policies. Lamp. We got high density. See, there's all this stuff that we unlocked, and it's all stuff that I won't be using. Yeah, that's a big one, dudes. Make sure you leave room for your interchanges. It's a big thing to understand. Sorry, text message. Yeah, I have some stuff that I have to do this weekend. I'm trying to make the plans, so you see me just kind of popping off for a second. I do apologize. The person that I'm talking to has literally known me for 30 years. No, it's not my parents. And, yeah, still doesn't know my schedule. That's such a dick thing to say. It's like, you've known me this entire time. You still don't know what my schedule is? But to be fair, then again, I have changed my schedule. No, Sun Temple. If you guys really want to know, I'm going to be dog sitting this weekend, and the person I'm talking to is like an hour and a half away, and they're like, hey, can you dog sit for me? I'm like, yeah, sure, no problem. And they're like, okay, great, come pick him up at my house. I'm like, what? What am I doing? Yeah, just come pick the dog up. I'm like, you live like almost 2 hours away. Like, can you maybe bring the dog to me? You know, bring the doggy to me. Like, they're like, oh yeah, let me just ask. I'm like, yeah, okay, you do that. Let's meet halvesies. Yeah, it's like, yeah, we'll do that. I'm trying to negotiate because I only have the morning. All right, that isn't perfectly symmetrical, but it will do. Show the dog picture you right. You guys can meet him. Meet him. You can chill here. Chill with me. No. Puppers are not for launching into space, okay? We do not launch the pupper into space. The pupper gets scared. You can't do that. Pupper gotta be good boy. Understand? Pupper gotta be good boy. You don't launch pupper into space. The audio is wonky because the rain is messing it up. Yeah, it didn't end well for Laika, alright? We're not doing that. We don't need to. Don't need to do that. Alright, so over here is where we're gonna set up some oil refining action. Okay? Because we're gonna want some of that sweet oil refining action. Okay? You know what I mean? That sweet Texas tea. I ain't refining it though. I ain't drilling for it. We just refining. So let me get an industrial area. Paint an industrial area. Let's go right up in here. Look at that smooth mouse operation. You're a smooth mouse operator. That's the song, right? That's how it goes. Margaretti. 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 No. Gorlami Oils Limited. Gorlami.
Scusi, con me? Una volta. Urlami. Scusi, con me? Urlami. Una volta. Urlami. Scusi, con me? Urlami. Una volta.
Okay, that's enough of that. Orlami. It's corn? You know what? What song is that? It's Gorlami. I'll link it in chat. Well, look like I know what a JPEG is. I just want a picture of a gosh dang hot dog. You know what? We might need to move this. Actually, you know what? That'll work. That'll work. So, here's what we're gonna do. Give me this. All right. So, what oil industry do we have unlocked? We can drill. We have a pyrolysis plant. And then we have a crude oil farm. And we have a fence. And we have a freaking fence there. Morty. Yeah, we got a big fence. You just gotta put that fence way up there, Morty. You just gotta put it way up there. Yeah, remember, your dirt is tight yet malleable. Sorry. What's up, G? How you doing, man? Gorlami. Excuse me. Come here.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yep. Lovely city you got there. Thanks, man. And then on the other side... Okay. That'll work. We just need a way to generate electrical. We could do that, but that's not gonna be enough for industrial power, dudes. It's really not. It ain't gonna be enough. Ain't gonna fit. Ain't gonna fit like that. Man, people are just dying to get in there. Okay, don't picnic, chat. It'll be fine. Should we be sadistic and put the elder care right next to the cemetery? Nah. You know what? That's probably not good. Yes! How much does the elder care cost? 600 a week. That's expensive. All the healthcare stuff in this game is super freaking expensive, dude. But, I guess... Let's figure. We don't have the cookies and crematorium yet. We have a sauna. Medical helicopter depot. We can't go to the gymnasium. I put the elder care center right here. I think we have the budget for it. We'll put it right next to the park, dudes. This problem will sort itself out. I know it looks ridiculous, but yeah, if we do that, no, we want meat wagons. Comes the meat wagon! Woo! Let's just give them an emergency cash infusion for a little more. If you increase their budget, they get more cars. See that? It does have somewhat of a range, by the way. Was ist das? This is coming from Cosmic Perspective. Hell yeah. Look at that first Raptor start up. What did I tell you guys about crisp? Look at how crisp that flame is. Dude, that's methane and you can see through it. Okay, so if the flames are coming out clear like that, that means it's a very, very, very efficient burn. About as good as you can get. Because ideally, you just want to accelerate hot gas out the back, right? You don't want any fuel or oxidizer coming out the back. See all this down here? This is oxidizer coming out from when they flood the engines, right? Basically, you have to flood the rocket engine and then start, right? See, that's what the other engines starting up there are doing. But look, you can see perfectly clear through that rocket engine, through the rocket engine plume. That is a nice, healthy, happy Raptor engine, man. Look at it. Oh. Hands on the table, sir. I'll tip her. Also, cool thing, the sound. Watch. You can, because they kind of put liquid oxygen, they flooded the engines and they shot it out and then they lit it on fire, you can see sound waves reverberating through the condensation. Watch down here. Look. Here, I'll just show you. Look. Watch it. You'll see some fluctuations down here. It's the sound reverberating. See it? Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. Oh. The full vision 4K. Yeah, this is Cosmic Perspective, man. 4K slow-mo. See. Oh. Those are happy, healthy engines, man. Rocket guy, you see that? You can see the pressure wave of the second engine impact the flume of the first Raptor. Flume of the first Raptor shifts rapidly for like 5 frames. Oh. The city's music is so loud? Oh, alright, we'll turn it down. It's probably here, let me mix it up right. Let me increase my voice a little bit. But yeah, my voice is gonna sound a little distorted because it is pouring like a mother. Cape Cod is getting nailed with rain right now. Like this is a lot of rain. Like when you watch weather forecast and you see the green go across, and then you see like the light green, and then you see the yellow, and then you see the red. Yeah, that band is going through. Let's see, Rocket. Dude, look at the heat. Look at the heat coming out of this thing right before ignition. I mean, actually, those could be vapors. Look at it. Oh, look at the crazy expansion of gases, man. That is so fascinating, dude. Perfect start. Yeah, it's beautiful. That's perfect, dude. Oh, look at it. Look at how quickly everything kind of stabilizes in there. See that? See how the flames are kind of yellowish? That's because the engine is getting up to speed, right? And then when it gets to full speed, look at the flames go clear. Dude, you don't know how good that is. I mean, you do. People do. But oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. Let me see, Rocket. Let me see the second ignition. Yep. It's perturbing the shock diamonds there. Oh, that's so cool, man. This footage is money. Oh. And watch, you see the sound waves reverberating off the ground right here. See them? Would you like a moist towelette? No. I just really appreciate that. Just really appreciate what I was seeing right there. 7 Raptor engines. What is this going to shoot off? Emilio, there's 33 in the first stage. They only fired 7 of them. We have to have the sewage availability to match. Lumberjack with the hat to match. So, how about 33? What will that look like? It's gonna look like the gnarliest aerospike engine of all time. Can you imagine, Rocket? Like, you take the outer ring of 20 engines and you canted them all in, aerospike style. An aerospike with rocket engines. If it survives. There is going to be... Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a... dynamic load getting introduced to that thing pretty quickly. Dude, I can't believe that. I can't believe how ridiculous that actually is. Big town. All right, what exactly do we unlock? We can buy another square. We unlocked the subway. Why do you unlock the subway before? The intercity bus. Okay. Residential wall-to-wall. Oh, that's new. We unlock the IT cluster. Office wall-to-wall. If you're running a European style... If you were running a European style facility, European style city, the medical facilities would be cheaper. Yeah, they'd probably be cheaper, but the taxes would be higher. Different strokes for different folks. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't think that makes any sense. Are we any closer to having a date nailed down for Starship? Yeah. How do you say 1 second, Wolfie? I forget. I'll check in a second, dude. Elon talked about it yesterday. This is from the city's perspective, so that would not really change the cost of facilities, right? Only what a citizen would see. Yeah, sorry, Rocket. In what regard? Lenos. Mediocrities. He said something about it. There, I don't know where it is. It's oh, it's tweets and replies. I'm stupid. My Twitter foo is dumb today. Jay Leno's cool, by the way. If you haven't seen, Elon was on Jay Leno's show, and they go through Starbase and stuff. I can't show it, but you guys got it already? Yeah, here, Wolfie. Give me 1 second. Take a look. From what Aquila said about the European healthcare facilities being cheaper, that would technically be only seen by individual citizens on their bills, but the city would still see expensive costs. Yeah. I mean, it's a zero-sum game, right? Like, that's how I look at it, man. It's a zero-sum game. You know. But yeah, I think Oculus is just screwing around. Sus. That's a nice picture. So, late next month, maybe. It really depends on... Actually, you know what? It really doesn't depend. It's really how fast they can make what he called strengthening or reliability upgrades. It seems like they're going with a compartmentalized thrust structure, similar to the OctaWeb for Falcon 9 dudes. But we can talk more about that during Space News. I really want to jump back and play cities. Let me just show you a picture of what I'm talking about real quick. So, the bottom of Falcon 9, right? 9 engines. Everybody knows that. I'll use this Falcon Heavy picture. See those, well, not rivets. See the bolts right there? If you took the bottom of Falcon 9 and you kind of cut it like a pie, right? But you used a cookie cutter hole in the center. That's what it looks like. The thrust structure is actually compartmentalized. So the engines have like pie cuts, right? And each engine is actually, a Merlin is actually mounted on an engine plate, and that engine plate bolts into the OctaWeb. I'm sure you've seen the Merlins. If you follow this stream at all, I'm sure you've seen Merlins. The Merlin engines they're all mounted on a piece of aluminum. There's like a piece of aluminum that has the ball joint on it, the gimbal, and then the TVC is mounted on it, and the plate is pie-shaped, right? Except for the E9 engine. The E9 has a different engine plate because it's the center motor, right? The center motor has a slightly different shape from what I understand, right? Yeah, there it is. Actually, they might make it so it's common, but I don't know. Yeah, there you go. See, it's compartmentalized out. That makes it so if one engine catastrophically fails, right, that explosion will kind of stay confined inside of this. And believe it or not, there's a blowout panel on Falcon 9. Literally that. That's what it looks like, right? There's actually blowout panels that are inspection panels on the sides of Falcon 9. You can actually see the blowout panels right there. See them? Those things, if there's an overpressure event inside of here, that pops off. It blows outwards away from the other engines. That's done on purpose. That is there for a very good reason. It's done like that on purpose. Also, you can literally pop the hood if you want to mess with the rocket engine. You just pop the hood. Seriously, just unscrew this, take it off. You've got all the engine turbine machinery right in front of you. Now, Elon says he wants to do that with that. Not 100% sure how that's going to happen, but hey, all right. I'm sure they'll figure out something. Brother, I got you. Yep, there you go. Yeah, see? There's the panels off. Look, you can see everything. You got all the turbine machinery over there. You got thrust vector control here. Right at all the Those are hydraulic lines right there for the gimbals. See the hydraulic pressure lines? It's just like power steering on your car. Same thing. Seriously, it's I bet you it's using power steering fluid. Or probably hydraulic oil. And then you have your leg mounting points right there, and then the hold down point is a pin that goes horizontally through. See? The inner 13 is slightly lower than the outer 13. Yeah. Yeah, see? So those are your thrust vector actuators, and then there's the plate that I'm talking about. You can see it up there. There's the plate. That bolts in here, and I'm not sure what that is. That could be the hydraulic reservoir. It's possible. I'd have to see where the hydraulic lines... Yeah, it is. That's the hydraulic reservoir. Look. So you have your high pressure line for the gimbal. Wait, this shouldn't... Oh, yes it should. Yeah, it does have gimbal. Yeah, there's thrust vector control on those engines. Why is there thrust vector control on two next to each other? Where's the T-tab? The T-tab is in a cartridge that's actually behind here. You can't see it from this angle. Yeah, you really can't see it from here. But I know that that's a hydraulic reservoir because that's your high pressure line right there. And then the return line. See the return line? Just like a power steering pump on a car. It goes out and then it goes into that reservoir. So somewhere else in this area is there's a power steering pump. And if we could look at it, I could probably tell you where it is. It's probably, I don't know if the Rocket Guy, I got a question, dude. Could you drive gimbal off of like a turbo pump or something? I mean, I'm assuming that you probably can. And the second part of that is, if you can, does Merlin do that? I don't know if it does that. They have been blown out before. Yeah, JCSat. Yep, JCSat 14 and JCSat 16, Thomas. I remember that. I noticed it right off the bat, and a buddy of mine that works at SpaceX said, yeah, that wasn't supposed to happen. Pretty sure the Merlin uses kerosene for the thrust vector control. I thought they switched to closed loop, but that may have been the grid fins. I think that is for backing up. That is for backup. Maybe. I'd have to remember. Yeah, driving off the kerosene, Thomas, is what a lot of engines do. They might just have a kerosene tap off from the impeller. But yeah. Dude, man, the propulsion makes me happy, dude. I could talk about rockets all day. Well, I know the gimbals of the Space Shuttle SRBs use hydrogen, so I would imagine any working fluid with a tap off. Yeah, got it. Hey, Avix. But yeah, Elon says he's working on... They're basically trying to make a 33-engine octo web. Now about the shuttle thrust structure. Is the throttle structure the same as Falcon 9? No, not at all. No, it's completely different. So, if you want to get a good look at what the shuttle's thrust structure looks like, type in the MPTA, shuttle MPTA. The propulsion testing article, which is basically just the back of a shuttle. That's what the shuttle's engine section looks like. See? Look at M struts right there. Yeah, Hubert, it's the rain. I know the audio is bad from the rain. Oh, because I said it like 5 minutes ago. You want to see what it sounds like without the noise suppressor? There you go. I'm telling you, Cape Cod's getting nailed with rain right now. Are you in a shed? No. No, I'm in an office. Look. Got like a drop ceiling in here and everything. The problem is the drop ceiling isn't completed yet. What you're hearing is the rain bouncing off the back. This is a converted lean-to on the back of the barn. It's got a galvanized steel roof. You haven't finished it yet? Finished most of it. Sounds like you're in a washing machine. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you got a mustache. I'm gonna turn the sound suppressor back on, but yeah, it's not playing nice with that white noise. Alright, are our problems in the city figured out for the most part? No, said we'll be there in about 15-20 minutes. Yep. It's okay, I'm kind of on top of what little hills there are down here, so the water flows away from us. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Woke up this morning to lightning hitting seemingly just outside my house. Fun times. We had a strike in the woods behind us, Tybot. Yeah, we had a strike in the woods behind us, dude. It was the night before. When I went to bed early to wake up for SLS, dude, that lightning was like a consistent arc. It lit up the entire sky. It looked like it was daytime for about 2 to 3 seconds. I saw it. I saw it go down into the trees behind the house. And then, you know, when thunder makes the clap noise instead of the rumble noise, that it's really close. Is that the tail end of the hurricane? No. This is not Fiona. Fiona's off the coast. It's over by Bermuda. We're getting the surf from that. 20-foot swells off of Cape Cod, dudes. Yeah. Yeah, so I've been learning a lot about the weather lately because I actually try to wake up at a normal time since I moved. I try to wake up at 8 a.m. every day and then watch the news and the weather and stuff. But yeah, the weather guy is actually pretty cool. I learn a lot about it. And it helps me with work because, yeah, learn to help understand the weather a little better. "20-foot swells are serious business." Yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Yeah, exactly, Mile. Like, if you look at the Cape Cod radar, it's not ideal. We are getting absolutely pummeled right now. Anyone want to go surfing? I wouldn't go surfing in this. You have a nasty rip current. Yeah, not good. Alright, hang on 1 second, fellas. So... I don't want to dump the industrial waste. I'd rather treat it, even if it is a little bit more expensive. Alright, you know what we'll do? Let's go find out. So there's keys that we can make, but I'm pretty sure there's other types of keys that we can make, like little seawalls and stuff. Huh, they're little seawalls. Laces out. So, it seems like a good idea to put the power poles down the center of the highway. But let me tell you why that's not a good idea. If someone skids off the road and hits the power pole, you're gonna have a bad day. You're gonna have a bad day. Gonna have a bad time. Gonna have a bad time. So, what I will do is make them next to. Put them next to it. Because, yeah, that's a robot. It's probably a better place for them. And then we'll lift them up because I technically just put them on the lowland area. There we go. Yes, yeah, we'll see. Right, let's go. Senator Palpatine. What's happening? Check the transmission generator. Communications disruption can mean only one thing. Invasion. The Federation would not dare go that far. The Senate would revoke their trade franchise and they'd be finished. We must continue to rely on negotiation. Negotiation? We've lost all communication. And we're the Chancellor's ambassadors. Dude, Panaka knew what was good. He's like, yeah, we need to get out of here. Has the shuttle engine failed during flight? SDS-93, T-Man. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And, yeah, that's about as scary as you think it is. Yeah, it's happened, man. I'm always amazed at your ability to remember so many lines like movies. It has to do with how I learn, man. I learn by repetition, Canadian, because I don't know any better. I don't know a better way to learn things other than drilling it into my head. So, that, I guess, neuroplasticity or whatever. I don't know, dude. I only need to watch a movie like once or twice, and then I'll remember the lines. Which is... Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and say that that's not very weird. But yeah, with that being said, I'm a little bit of a Star Wars fan. Like back in the day, and I definitely, definitely watched like episode 1 in the theater like 9 times when it came out. But yeah, getting the movie references, I've always noticed that that's a little odd. Like, having you get all that. What caused the problem? 93? The engine nozzle cracked from the inside out. The shuttle engine ran a little fuel rich. But T-Man, I kind of want to, like, we could do like Q&A if you want during we could do Q&A during Space News. There's a really, really nice picture that the camera's caught of the shuttle on the way up. Long story short, the cooling channels on the inside, right here, one of them ruptured on the way up. There was also that mission with the Golden Slug getting shot out. Yep. I think that was 93, if I'm remembering right. Yeah. Look. There it is. ET-207, STS-93. Look at the engine. That's not right. That ain't right. Hydrogen is leaking into the nozzle. No good. Not good. Not good at all. Yeah, look at that. Hot wall leak. They ruptured a cooling channel on the inner lining of the nozzle rocket guide. The thing still worked. You guys got to hear the STS-93 mission loop. It is absolutely insane. Like, yeah. Listen, that audio is around somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, we can listen to this. I have, yeah, see, there it is. Yeah. They have the total loop here, and like who's talking, what they're doing. You want a lesson in what it means to be a flight controller? Listen to this. This is why, like, just on a quick side note, during the OFT-1 mission, they did something like this. Starliner was literally tumbling out of control post-Centaur separation, and the flight controllers in Houston fixed the thing, got the thing to go on a nice nominal trajectory, and put it on a nice trajectory that would get it back to White Sands in 2 days. When the capsule's literally just doing this. It's literally tumbling out of control. And in probably about 3 to 4 minutes, they fixed it. Dude, it's legendary. Like, dude, you guys will see it with Artemis 1. If you haven't experienced this, like, in firsthand, like, an actual NASA mission, and, like, watch the flight controllers do their thing, I guarantee you we're going to gain a ton of NASA space flight. Not the channel, but, you know, like, NASA human space flight. We're going to gain a lot of fans after this. Trust me on that. It will happen. Because the way NASA does things is just it's so cool. It's so cool to see these folks keep calm under pressure. I actually asked who was on console for the Starliner OFT-1 mission, and believe it or not, it was a guy. I asked a NASA flight director who was on console, and believe it or not, it was a gentleman that was a shuttle flight director. Richard Jones is his name. Yeah, really, really, really cool stuff. Actually, we don't want it. Do we want that one? 60,000? No, that's going to offset. We don't want that. We're going to need another pumping station. So the shuttle engine basically pulled a Raptor. Yeah, the shuttle engine tried to run engine rich for a moment. Yeah, it was not ideal. Gonna use some of the nice DLC he's here. Can we lock to that? Oh, you can, but it doesn't. Actually, you know what? I don't mind that. That actually looks kind of cool. It looks like it's pulling from an intake or something. That's actually really neat. I like that better than this. So we're gonna relocate over there, like that. Go. And now you got a nice beach. Ugh. What is your occupation, Millstorm? Okay, sorry, I got kind of into cities right now. I'm a STEM streamer on Twitch, dude. I teach people about what we were just talking about, and play STEM games. Like with cities, I'd like to teach people about civil engineering. But chat, you know, if chat's gonna ask me a question about space, I'm not gonna say no. But that's what I do, Mill. Yeah. I've been doing this for about 10 years, and don't get me wrong, like, I don't just try to, like, report on space. I try to learn, and I try to understand. I'm not an engineer by trade, but I do try to teach the basic concepts and stuff, and if you want to know about, like, Raptor engines and stuff, like, I'm a little bit of a nerd, read too much about it, you know what I'm saying? You do civil engineering with Minecraft. Yep. What are you by trade? I am a 3D artist by trade, if you really want to know. Yeah, your boy's Mr. Engineering over here is an art school major. My oldest boy was asking if you had anything to do with the space program. Mill, Mill, your son, I've worked with NASA before. Yeah, on, like, outreach projects. Like at TwitchCon, for instance, I had a panel with a bunch of people that work at NASA. I hosted a panel with it. They know who I am, and I'm on their good graces. I don't know how. I don't know how I manage that, but yeah, I've done work with NASA. I don't work for them. I've done work with them. I do outreach basically for them here. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, that's what I do, man. I'm a STEM streamer. I like all kinds of stuff. Civil engineering, aerospace engineering and mechanical is my two big ones. Yeah, that's my thing, dude. But yeah, if Little Millstorm has any questions, dude, give me a holler. About space, about cities, about whatever. This is my jam, dude. This is what I do. But yeah, yep. Questions or anything, give me a ring. I'm here. I'm usually here for 10 to 12 hours a day. He's asking if you know anything about Artemis. Oh, absolutely. What do you want to know? Yeah, sure. What do you want to know? The plan, the architecture, the rocket, where it is, what it's doing, where it's going. Teach all that stuff. Sure. Any plans for a Stationeer's base? Maybe, Nurak. Maybe with the optimizations, yeah. A community project would be good, but we gotta be careful about not having too many community projects, I did, Darius. You see that first Raptor light up and how clear the plume is? Why put the pumps obscuring waterfront property? I ideally would want them further away, but I can't put them here, and I can't put them there, so I'm just going to leave them there for now. You know about the Artemis engine and its overheating. Okay, so Mill, how old's the little one? You got to tell me how old's your kid, because it's not overheating. 17. Okay, cool. We're good. All right, cool. Just making sure I'm not talking to like a 4 or 5-year-old. You know what I'm saying? So, all right, listen up. With rocket engines, if you're running with cryogenic propellants, so what does that mean? Cold propellants. If you're running with cryo propellants, you have to make sure the engine is cold, like literally cold. Like if you touched it, you want it to be cool. The reason why is because if you run extremely cold propellants into a warm engine, you can flash the propellants and they can turn to gas, and also you can thermally shock the engine. Now, what does that mean? Thermal shock is just a transient thing where basically you're changing the temperature too fast. Your temperature delta is too big. But long story short, you're insta-freezing it to the point where something breaks. With NASA, what they were worried about the other day with the engine on Artemis 1, what they were worried about is the sensors were telling them that the engine was not cool enough to be able to start it. It was not cold enough to start. But here's the thing. This is one of the things that makes rocket science a little bit tricky. This is a little bit tricky is an understatement. But what happened is they have two sensors. In the point where they were worried about, they have two sensors on this particular mission. They were particularly monitoring the high pressure fuel pump on engine 3. Namely the shaft of the pump. Now a pump, spins an impeller. It spins think like a ship. Ship has a fins on the screws, right? And it goes forward. It's a fluid impeller. That's what it's called in engineering, right? This has a very, 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 very expensive version of that. They were worried about the bearings, which make the propeller be able to spin really nice. The impeller, it's not a propeller. They were worried that if the sensors were right and the bearings on the fuel pump weren't cold enough, that you could break them. You could spin a bearing. And if you spin a bearing, that means the whole bearing is spinning with the turbo pump, and it's not really designed to do that. That'll make a lot of heat in the engine, and it'll explode, most likely, or just seize up or fail or whatever. So, the sensors were telling them that they had about a 40-degree temperature difference between what the engine sensor was saying and what the second sensor was saying. Now, the first sensor is called an OFI sensor, an operational flight instrumentation sensor, OFI. That's the sensor that you would have when you're flying. That is the sensor that's built into the engine. That sensor is directly linked to the computers on board that will fly the thing into space, what's called the auto sequencer, okay? The sensor that was not giving them a good reading is called a DFI sensor, a developmental flight instrumentation sensor. That is there so NASA can get good redundant data on the vehicle. That's there, long story short, for the test flight. It's for development, hence developmental flight sensor, right? The DFI sensor was not giving them a good reading. It was giving them about 40 degrees warmer than what the OFI sensor was reading. Now, this is where this gets tough. NASA had to figure out, well, which one of those sensors is lying? Which one of those isn't working? Is it the OFI sensor or the DFI sensor? Or are they both working and your rocket sprung a leak somewhere? Right? I mean, they sprung a leak in other places, but so they had to figure out. They went to thermally condition the motors, and they got a differential sensor reading. But it was a differential sensor between something that governs the computers on the rockets, right? Or something that sends information to the computers on the rockets, and something that literally sends data to a flight recorder, okay? So that DFI sensor is not going to be there on Artemis 2. It's only there so they can verify that all the sensors are working correctly. Now, in this particular case, it didn't work. But, well, it worked, kind of. It was close. It's close enough. No, it wasn't close enough. You spin a bearing in the engine, yeah, Bill, that doesn't end well. Those turbo pumps are spinning. Well, they're not a turbo pump. It's called a power head on the shuttle. Those power heads spin at like 30,000 RPM. Yeah. If you could, like, look at pictures of them doing turbo pump tests for the shuttle program, even spinning the turbo pump up and not igniting the rocket engine, it sounds like a whistle. Like it sounds ridiculous. Those things spin really, really fast. You don't want to spin a bearing. A bearing will create heat inside of the impeller, and you're moving cold propellants in, and you're simultaneously heating and trying to cool this bearing, and it's causing a ton of friction, and it'll start melting things, because it's not supposed to spin like that. The inside of the bearing is supposed to spin, not the outside of the bearing, right? So NASA was worried that the differential temperature reading between the DFI and the OFI sensor could mean that they would have a rough start on the motor. A hard start on the motor on a rocket engine is like if you start your car with your foot to the floor and you turn the key. It's probably going to break something. Cars are not supposed to be started at full throttle like that. I mean, you could do it, but you're running the risk of breaking something. Just like the engine. Just like the RS-25's X-shuttle engines. You're running the risk of breaking something. NASA doesn't want to take that risk because they only got one of these rockets right now. The other one's still being made. So, Mill, does that make sense? Sense. Haha. So what NASA figured out is that the DFI sensor was broken. Or it had a bad connection or something. My money's on bad connection. That sounds like it's literally not plugged in all the way. Because it was reading right, and then when they got to really, really cold, it stopped reading right. That literally sounds like it's not plugged in all the way. The sensor isn't getting enough power to be able to give you a good reading. So, what NASA had to do is they had to go through the rest of the data on the DFI sensors on the other 3 engines. And they had to figure out, is this sensor lying to us? Is the OFI sensor lying to us? Or are they both reading correctly? If they're both reading correctly, then something is very wrong with the rocket. But NASA went and looked through the data and compared it to the other 3 engines. And they proved with the data that the DFI sensor is broken. And you know what they said? Screw it. The OFI sensor is giving us good data, and we verified that that thing is working. The DFI sensor is junk. This is only one rocket. We can take the hit on not being able to get the telemetry from the vehicle. It's fine. It's fine. NASA proved, they proved that that sensor was junk. And then they're like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. So the shuttle engine, believe it or not, was never overheating. Because the sensor wasn't good, the OFI sensor was reading fine the entire time. But you have to prove that. You can't just say, oh, I'm pretty sure it's that. No. That doesn't work with spaceflight. You say, I'm pretty sure it's that, or I'm fairly confident it's that. No, that means something's going to break. You have to prove it. You have to prove it with the math. That's why rocket science is so hard. Because you have to literally be able to predict the future with math. Really, really difficult. But yeah, that's why it wasn't really overheating. The truth is, it wasn't getting cold enough. That's the right way to say it. Does that make sense? It does. Both of us took all of that intently. Thank you for the explanation. Sure, man. Absolutely. That's what I do. Yeah, the engine's fine. Now, I could have told you, probably, that it was the DFI sensor. I'm pretty sure. Another way to look at that would be like, okay, what's new? What's new here? Is the shuttle engine new? No, that's not new. Those engines have been around for 30 years. I highly doubt it's that sensor. I'm pretty sure it's the sensor that you added, right? Because you changed something and it's giving you a different result, right? I could have told you. Could have told you that after the press conference, but once again, I can't prove it. I don't have the telemetry in front of me, so. I've spun YZ250 main bearings. Spun bearings equals new motor, indeed. Yeah, this stuff gets complicated real fast. It really... It's like playing Tetris, right? You never really win, you just get better at it. But Tetris, when you get up to the higher levels, Tetris gets really complicated really, really quickly. NASA is just constantly playing Tetris, man. And it gets harder every single time. That's why NASA throws around the buzzwords like, oh, it's a series of increasingly complex missions. This is the big leagues, dudes. This is going back to the moon. It's hard. It's really, really difficult. This ain't just like Falcon 9 shooting some Starlink satellites up. Not to knock on Falcon 9. I love SpaceX, right? Like, and Falcon 9 is Chad tier engineering. It's really, really well made. But yeah, this is a whole nother factor of difficulty. And you know what? Even Elon would say that himself. Going to the moon is completely different. Alright, anyway. If you guys want to hear more of me teaching about space, in a couple of hours, I run a segment called EJ's Space and Rocket Review. Usually starts around 4:30, 5 o'clock every day, where we talk about what's going on in the space industry and I answer questions like that. You're more than welcome. You can ask me as many questions as you want. I'll stay here until people don't have questions. That's what I usually do. Yeah, the water doesn't need to be increased. We can actually decrease it. Probably about 75. Cut that budget. Oh, wow. No, we can... Nope, that was too much. Alright, so we're aiming right. Let's go to 65 all around. How are you, friend? I'm good now, Swolf. How are you? You and your buddy decided that Peter Beck bought that J2? He may have. I'm not stopping at the moon. Write this down. M-A-R-S. Mars. Red rocks. Yeet. Makes you happy to hear I'm okay. Long day, just tired. That's good, man. That means you did work. Last, please. All right. What's up? Any news on range for missions? I've heard nothing, Vic. What level of Tetris are they on? Dude, you don't even want to know. Why did our electrical availability just tank? Oh, we can't. Don't have water. Why don't we have water? I'm confused. I don't have any wind turbines. I got rid of them. This is a bad reading. All right, what is this generating here? This is generating 136 megawatts. And our consumption is 122. What's happening here? Oh no, I know. Yeah, the disconnected water systems. Yeah, that's an overall. So yeah, that's why I checked this individually. I checked that individually. It's 136 megawatts. My total power consumption is 133. But it says we're at 76 power generation. But that's generating power. Can we see like it? I mean, it's telling me there's not enough water, but there should be enough water. Why wouldn't there be? Are these not pumping? Focus the water production. Yeah. That's... Maybe we can, like, jumpstart it with a water tower or something. Let's try that. Yeah, okay. I wish we could individually pump water, but it doesn't seem like it wants to do that. And I don't really want to run a pipe underneath here, but we could. Alright. I know the water network is split, guys. I understand that. I see it. What I'm trying to tell you is that we should have enough over here. Water. We have 2 pumps worth of water right there. If I just jack that up a little bit. Their output is 58.8. What's most of my consumption? 58 and 58. 133 pumping capacity is 176. But if I take money away from here, it's 50. Yeah, we have to increase the water budget just a little bit. That should do us. Yeah, okay. Canadian, there's no way to... It's really hard to see your demand. If I had a demand gauge for water availability, I could adjust the rates correctly, but I really don't... I don't have any way to see the graphs for rates, like, except in real time right there. And now my water availability is burning through cash right now. See, these things aren't even operating. Might be a mod for that. Yeah, it's possible. We just got to be careful because We got to be careful because that's lying to us. We have power for or water for the industry here, and then power for the industry is over here as well. We just gotta remember that gauge is not correct. It's lying to us. Our gauge is calculating wrong. Calculon. Anyway, all right. So
Discovery, go and throttle up.
hey, Dodo, what's up, man? Tier 2, 82 month. Look at my pop-up. All right. Yeah, I forgot that the network's connected. I had lapsed in judgment there for a moment. Let's So let's take this, do that. Now I got a perfectly straight line there. That's 90 teed off that. So let's go. Okay, here, get the curve tool out. Ooh, all right. That's not gonna work. So let me get the curve tool out again. That'll do us. All right. So now what we're gonna do is give me two-lane, two-way concrete. Or Lami. You cooking? I am cooking. Yep. Okay. Alright, I gotta get rid of that nice curve there for a second. Margaretti. Anyway. Sorry. Apologize for that. Patch that. And then we need to make sure the terrain around here is smooth. Okay. So, we're going to make a manifold here. This is a really good way that I've found to make industry really do work here. So, I'm going to reverse that. Strike that. Reverse it. And we're going to use a little bit of the road anarchy tool here. But let's go down here first. Give me this. And there's a reason why I flattened some area out here. We kind of have to. Now we can use these cells as a marker, right? So what we're going to do is this. I want to make that. We're going to connect that in there. So now we have an entrance to this. All right. Now what we got to do is the same, pretty much the same exact thing right here. And I know the roads are all pointed in different directions. I get it. Go here like that, and then connect that in there like that. But see what we did? The game doesn't really understand what the heck I'm trying to do. So we can take this, we move that cell just a little bit forward, and we take that, we move it like this. Now it's got a better intersection there, but that's still, this game's still like, I don't know what you're trying to, I don't know what you're trying to do here. So there we go. That's working. Now give me a 2-lane, 2-way highway, right? And we're going to go backwards like that. But we don't want to miss the road right here. So we got to take this, kind of do that with it. Got to give it a little bit of a curve there, right? Notice how it's 2 lanes, right? One's going to go over here. We can actually make this look a little bit nicer if we pull the cell that way and give it a weird angle, but it still looks good. The AI should path on that just fine. Now, take this. And we could keep it 2 lanes, but now what I'm going to do, quite literally the same thing, just like that. I mean, obviously it's going the wrong direction. You got to reverse it. Strike that, reverse it. That one actually came in pretty okay. Cool. Now, this way, this. Should be able to make pretty much a straight road. Connects right in, like that. And then this part right here, yeah, that can stay like that. Now, what we're going to do is that. What we're going to do is that. That's what I was trying to say. Then, yeah, the game's getting a little confused, but that's all right. Should put a nice seawall there. Should, yeah. We should be able to do that. Shouldn't be an issue. All right, that should work. And if you really, if you really want this to be super high capacity, you'd make that segment 3 and that segment 4, so the trucks can go into their lanes for whatever one of these we're dropping off here. I should probably explain what I'm doing. I just thought of that. We should probably explain what the heck this is. This is a manifold. It's a really good way for distributing resources and refining resources. Basically, it feeds everything in on one side, and then all the trucks come out. So it's basically a big roundabout for trucks. Very, very useful in this game. Really, really good way to get a lot of very efficient industrial traffic flow. Gotta make sure we have the drainage ditch there, just in case we get flooded ever. Are you also going to have a path directly from the manifold into the highway like you've done in the past? It's basically just going to go back over here and then out onto the ramps. We're going to have a bottleneck here, but this is not a high-capacity manifold deck. It's not high capacity at all. This is not like the ones that we've made at Epcot in the past. Not even close. Can you do this with rail in cities? Absolutely. What do you think they do in real life, Giados? What is a freight yard but that? Right? Okay, cool. Now we got to give them plumbing. The most efficient way to do this would be up here. That. And now we go into industrial specialization and put these pyrolysis sludge plants in here. Oh, we don't have enough money. I hope I have enough money for relocation. Oh, it's not giving me power. Come on. Yeah, Adriados, yeah. And what I was replying to you, yes, you absolutely can. That's basically what a freight yard is. Ugh. Not exactly, but yeah, the short story is yes, you can do this. But rail does, like, the game never wants rail, from what I can see, the game doesn't want rail. For whatever reason, Cities doesn't deliver goods by rail directly to industry. Like, I don't have an oil railroad station, you know what I mean? That's something that I think they overlook big time. The rail has to go to like a distribution depot, and that distribution depot has to go via road here. You can't send trains directly to the industry, which is not how that works, like, at all. Because Rule 8? What do politics have to do with that? I I'm not trying to say like that's wrong or whatever. I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, they put a bottleneck on rail. Like, as far as I can tell, there's no way to do it. It has to be done by truck. Yeah, a rail DLC Vendetta would be really nice. I agree. How's it going? It's going fine, human. How's it going with you? And then eventually, like, Duck, this is low capacity. Eventually, I can make a dedicated ramp for this. Or I will make a dedicated ramp for this. You finally resume work on the Minecraft Cathedral. Alright, cool. Waiting on an oil truck here. Let's see those pyrolysis plants. How much are they? 25 Gs? Okay. Yeah, I know. It really, really works. I mean, Duck, the crazy thing is that this is not far off. Like, something like this would work in real life. Literally a truck stop. But I don't think we have the resources to do something exactly like that. You know? Like, I'm not 100% sure how that works. Oh, we got an oil truck stopping in? Hell yeah, boy. Deliver it. Deliver. Should have another one coming. Oh yeah, once I saw you do it, I realized that that's how the foundry I used to work at was set up. Kind of kicked myself for not seeing it sooner, right? The rail to warehouse, then truck to factory. Basically, that's how that works, Papa Bear. Yeah, I don't think that's right, because, like, if we go back to Google Earth, right? I was looking at diverging diamonds. If we go back to Google Earth and you look at, like, Texas City or Galveston or something, the rail goes directly to the filling areas. Like, see, there's a filling station for rail right there. The other thing that's weird about cities, like with the trains, is that they don't have persistent railroad cars. Like, the train gets to its destination and then it just poof disappears. It would be cool, like, if you had to build a freight yard. Like, you want this thing to move more, the train would have to zip, that, but I think that might be getting into too much detail. That's more of a Transport Fever kind of thing, which is a great game. But yeah. Do you think hydrogen is still a useful fuel as Artemis has shown it to be so leaky? Ah, Splint, it's fine. It's only leaky, guys. All right, here's the thing. Splint, like, I know this is going to sound a little stupid, and it's going to sound like I'm kind of defending NASA. I mean, first of all, I am, but I assure you it's with no bias. You know what I mean? I want everybody's stuff to be successful. This stuff's hard, man, right? Like, no, hydrogen actually has a huge future in spaceflight, not necessarily for down here. For up there. Hydrogen upper stages are amazing, and they give you the best performance. And with the right engine, you can be very efficient. You can very efficiently move around. Hydrogen has a lot more characteristic energy than like methane or kerosene. Kerosene is the worst. You don't want to use fossil fuels up there. Bad idea. Very bad idea. hydrogen you would want, yeah, I mean, also see what Rocket Guy said. Hydrogen is great. Where I think hydrogen has its application is in expendable upper stages. So upper stages you're only really going to use once or twice. But with that being said, if somebody came along, maybe, you know, like there's ice on the moon, there's ice on Mars. Ice is water. What's water? Hydrogen and oxygen. That's rocket fuel, man. That's why I think they have a much better future up there. However, they will eventually be replaced. Methane, if you're going full reusable, because methane is a lot more stable than hydrogen. It doesn't leak as much, right? Eventually, nuclear would be better, and you can make nuclear fuel, so to speak. You can make nuclear fuel for nuclear thermal propulsion. You can mine that from the water. A nuclear engine, all a nuclear engine does is just heat up hydrogen. That's it. Essentially, hydrogen on a nuclear rocket is being used as a coolant. They literally have a nuclear reactor inside of a rocket's combustion chamber with a venturi behind it, so you have a convergent divergent nozzle, and all they do is just flow hydrogen over it. They pull out the control rods and they regulate. It's a radial control rod instead of an axial control rod, if you really want to know. But they can turn on and off the nuclear reactor, and that changes how much heat you generate, right? And then you flow more hydrogen over that, you get more thrust out of it. That's what a nuclear engine does. So hydrogen has a very big future. It's just not necessarily in a Hydrolox rocket. And certainly not necessarily for a launch vehicle. We're not using nuclear engines to get up in space. But another thing to kind of take into account, Splint, is, and this is kind of what I started with, but another thing to take into account, dude, is that, look, NASA's playbook is wide open for us to see. I assure you, every rocket company has problems like this with their rocket. The thing is, the commercial companies, so like Rocket Lab, you know, Astra's failed pretty publicly, but that's not a really good example. SpaceX, Blue Origin, Blue Origin also failed publicly the other day, very, very, very publicly. Dude, what the problems that NASA's going through right now, literally rocket science 101. Everyone has problems like this. Everybody. No questions asked. This happens to everyone. Everyone has stupid problems like a seal not seating, or, you know, or a bolt came undone or something. This is just, I know it doesn't seem like it. Everyone has that problem. This happens all the time. Ask anyone that works in the industry. How often is it something really stupid like a seal not sealing? They'll tell you 90% of the time it's something dumb like that. But the thing is that the seal worked great yesterday. So this is what I mean about seeing the playbook. NASA has to be transparent because they're beholden to taxpayers. Taxpayers are the investors in here. So just how a company would be transparent to their investors, right? Like SpaceX would be transparent to their investors about what's going on, what they're doing, etc., etc. And if you're a publicly traded company like Rocket Lab, you get that same behind-the-scenes look if you're an investor. Taxpayers are the investor into NASA. So NASA, by law, has to tell us what's going on. Right? Government transparency is a good thing. That's a good thing, right? So we get to see all the behind the scenes, and we get to see the teething problems that every single launch vehicle has. Every one of them. Every one of them has stupid problems like this. I can say that with the utmost confidence. So, Splint, like, don't look at what NASA did with SLS and be like, oh, hydrogen's done for. That's not a good way to look at that. Hydrogen has a place in the future of space economics and space transportation. Abso-freaking-lutely it does. And I'll tell you, man, when SLS gets up and running, like when they really start going with that thing, you're going to see what hydrogen can do. Per TFRs, the first launch of ABL's RS-1 rocket is now October 10th. Got it. Yeah, Splint, also see what Rocket Guy said in chat? Yeah, hopefully that helps, dude. do your last for a clarification? You, Aqualux, clarifying something in my chat? Whoa, that never happens. I'm looking for your last, man. Yeah, Aqualex, yeah. I know. Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Cities has a very, very much a kind of social, more socialized stuff built into the game. And yeah, you don't really have a choice. Like, there's no way to do private healthcare in cities, for instance. And I don't think that's anything wrong. I don't think that's anything on the developers. Like, the oil still makes you an insane amount of money in cities, so, you know, it's not too bad, you know. I think so, Ring. Yeah, it's gonna go. Thank you. That's an interesting topic. Yeah, man. No problem. Like, I know that, oh, this happened. Oh, well, this happens to everybody is a very kind of, like, it's like almost a non-answer, but the thing is that I can explain why, and I can cite a bunch of different examples. You know, it seems like a vague answer at first, but it's really not. Oh, here we go again. Bro, man, great banana. Why would you want yeah, Tessa, I'm not touching that one, dude. That's a conversation for another day. Or never on here. Ever. Hey, Warrens. What's going on, man? Let's see. We unlocked the damn subway before you unlock the train. The train should be the first thing, man. Dang. Doing the energy stuff? Yep. Have you ever tried to build a Midwestern Railroad town style city? I would love to, Scrivy, but it won't let us because you don't unlock trains. Trains should be the first thing you unlock in this game. Not subways, not buses, not whatever. Trains should be the first thing, which is really annoying. I'm a little peeved that that's not how that works, but it is what it be. Mod it? Not a bad idea. No, Aqualex, it's not intentional, yeah. You know, Aqualex, that ain't causing any problems. The beauty of our system is that you work the problem. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying, man? I can get around that. It's no problem. Believe it or not, Oglex, you know what game models that whole thing really, really well? Workers and Resources. Workers and Resources models it very well. Believe it or not. I know it doesn't seem like it. It wouldn't seem like it, but... yeah, you can do a lot of crazy stuff with Workers and Resources. Even have like a... you know, a game that's supposed to be about like having a... it's a communism city builder, right? Like, you can actually go pretty capitalist on it, which is actually really funny to me. That I think that's hilarious. And meanwhile, we have the city, you know, the capitalist city builder over here with a lot of social stuff in it. I think that's hilarious. That really makes me laugh. It's, you wouldn't expect it, right? A little bit of irony there. SpaceX is live. You like the city? Thanks, man. The next thing it's raining again. If I start to go robotic, it's because there's heavy rain here and it's making noise off the roof. Is any true capitalist or communist systems anywhere on Earth? No, I wouldn't go too far off the, you know, in either direction, James. I don't think that's wise. Like, okay, take NASA. NASA's a social program. And the US does it. Go figure. But then again, so here's the thing. How would, like, a pure capitalist city builder work? How would you do that? You'd go to build a road and they'd be like, nope, vote on it. That doesn't sound very fun, man. That doesn't sound like a fun game to play. You know, I was just thinking about it. Like, from a gameplay standpoint, you kind of have to do it that way, because if you have to sit here and vote on every single piece of property that you zone, the game is going to suck. It would be horrible. Yeah, no, it would be freaking terrible. Your city would get built by a committee. That would suck. It would take forever to do anything. Yeah, Hellfish, you don't need to lecture me on that. I know. I'm trying to change the subject by making a couple of jokes, but you guys clearly want to talk about this. Well, here's the thing. It's my stream. Frick off. I don't want to talk about this no more. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk about that. Alright, we need more industry, okay? You missed my sub. Alexis, 47 months. Good afternoon. How are you? Like, guys, sometimes, dude, you just gotta change the subject. I can see where these debates go. I've been doing this way too long to not know where this topic ends. It just ends with me frustrated and you guys frustrated. Let's not. Trust me. Just, let's not. Bad idea. Alright. We're really looking for industry. What's my unemployment rate at? Ugh. Floating 9% unemployment. Not good. Not ideal. But for what it's worth, we really need freaking trains. Really, trains would be very nice if trains could deliver direct to industry. Is that a manifold over there, Midget? Yeah. Mm-hmm. The Gorlami oil fields. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, Hellfish, I'm not trying to come off as a dick, dude. I'm sorry. That was a little harsh on my part, dude. My bad. My bad. I just, yeah. And, you know, like, like, even sometimes, dude, people say stuff in chat that I, like, really agree with, but I have to, like, if I'm gonna be a teacher, I have to kind of stay middle of the road, you know what I'm saying? It's just not worth it going one way or the other. If I'm gonna teach people about this, you gotta make your own decision. You don't want to listen to mine, you know what I'm saying? How about an eminent domain mod? You don't need eminent domain. I could literally bulldoze an entire city block here and there would be no repercussion. That's what I mean about, you know, gameplay. You gotta... How do we get there? I thought we were making bank. Mo money. Oh, never mind. You think they don't have trains earlier in the game because this game kind of operates under the premise of a city being built in the modern era, when in reality most cities they started before trucking was really feasible? Not saying I agree with it, but do you think that might be why? It's for gameplay, Duck. It's for gameplay. Absolutely. Do you have a vision for it? Pack it in, Lewis. That's what I want to do. I want to make another Westwood. That's basically what I was doing when I stopped playing cities, but then they brought in a new DLC, and that new DLC kind of invalidated all my old cities. I still can't get Epcot to load, which really sucks, but it is what it is. How much have you played SimCity 4? Cut my teeth on that game back in the day. Cities is way easier for what it's worth. You could build the Line City? Oh, gosh, not the Line City. I was thinking about grabbing one of these loans here. And then... Ew. Ew. %10 interest rate on a 60,000 Flurbo loan? Yeah, I'll just wait. Thank you very much. I hope that's a fixed interest rate. Jeez. I mean, we could take it. We could take it, and I could use it to build 2 or 3 more of these bad boys. But it looks like we're not getting the raw materials for them. Either. You're an interest. Thank you. That's okay. Yeah, that's weird, T-Man. All right. We need to boost the imports first. You know, Hellfish, you know, it'd be good if we had a train line. If we had a train to be able to deliver the goods, like right here. I mean, train tracks right there. That's kind of what I'm getting at. That'd be... That came off as praise. I'm like, thank you, I think, man. I don't know. All right, how is the industry doing? You should get a warehouse to store imported oil, so the less time. Does that do that? The crude oil should hold it, right? That should work. Yeah. All right. Which means we need to make another manifold somewhere. What we could do is just... We could just put it right here. I don't like that idea. Imagine building rail yards in City Skylines. Bro, I wish. I've built freight yards in this game, but they're just for looks, dude. Because I share your love of yards. Yeah, man. I'm with you. You know that.
Discovery.
What's the new
go at
DLC
throttle.
all about? Parks and promenades is what it's about, Fitzy. You can make, like, pedestrian roads. There's a lot of specializations that they added to the game that kind of champion pedestrian areas if you really want to. It's kind of like a upgraded Parks DLC. It'll be fine there. Just do it. Just for you, Josh. You have to answer me one question, though. Is Josh here? Or... Yeah, balance that out. Oh, hello, Gee.
Discovery.
Monthly
Go at throttle. up.
sub. Yeah, I imported at a cost. Ask that question every time. Yep. Surprised there's no toll booth on entry. I want to grow the city fast, guys. And if you want to grow the city fast, low taxes is the way to grow quickly. Your RCI will stay really, really high if you keep that, keep it like that. Here come all the trucks to fill her up. Yeah, we should be getting... It's gonna take a second for them to get here. Oh, Tune. All right. I'm not. I wasn't. I mean, yeah. No, I was really worried. Thank you. I actually kept a space, Screwy, for the train track to come in here to the industrial area. I kept the space. I did that on purpose. I thought you left space for my mom. That space isn't big enough? Is that what you want? Why did you... I don't know. Like, why did you self-own yourself like that? I'm sorry, like, you can't just say that and expect me to not say what I said, like that. Like, I don't know what you want. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do with that? I don't want to be mean to you, man. Life is hard enough. Okay. You graduated from your mom jokes to my mom joke. Yeah, that's the next meta right there, isn't it? Oh, yeah, baby. Crank it up. up! Yep, we got a rolling start. Ready? Just went trolling through the mods to find this. Unlock public transport. Yep. Yeah, we're almost to trains anyway, so it's not a big deal. Yep. Yeah, see? Oil is starting. Dude, you don't even need to mine the stuff. Look at this. Oh. Yet this thing is operating at a loss. Yep. Yeah, Lemprod, yeah. Look at this negative profit. Starting to fill up the crude oil. Yep. Hey, what are you doing in here? She parked her bike in the street. Did you see that? Kathleen, what was the point of that? You parked your bike in the middle of the street, you went to the left side of the road, then used the crosswalk to go to the right side of the road. Are you drunk? Arrest her. Please arrest her. Simon says arrest her. Alright. Yeah, here we go. Now we're starting to make money. Are we pathing correctly? Yep. Oh, Nuggy. Did not want that. That would be bad. Got a little bit of an electric problem. In here, guys, Big Town gives you... How do you... Wall-to-wall modern office buildings. Oh, it's a commercial specialization. Okay. So... If we go to, like, commercial specializations... Alright, first thing I guess is paint a district, huh? Commercial Commerce Common. Yeah. Alright, let's see some of these wall-to-wall buildings. Ah, yes, the Triple C. Yeah, the CCC. Yep. Oh, what do we got down here? Not enough workers.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who was that subbing in there? Farhund. What's up, man? How busy are the main roads? Starting to see a little bit of traffic there. Whoa, look at the wall-to-wall stuff. Oh, that's cool, man. Look at those new buildings. Way cool. Can we put pizza in the commercial commerce common? Is that DLC? I'm not sure if that's plazas and promenades Fitzy, to be 100% honest with you, dude. I don't know. You are my density. 4 generations of death. Is the wall-to-wall just an aesthetic change? Josh would have to check. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. These are like my 4 favorite airplanes from these eras here. Be so gullible, McFly. I don't want to see you in here again. Got a P-51D, F-22 Raptor, A-10 Thunderbolt 2, F-4 Phantom. F-4 Phantom 2, actually, if you want to be more technical. F-4 is the fastest one there. I think the 22 can go as fast as the F-4. Why don't you make like a tree and branch and get out of here now? Which one is the fastest? It's either the F-22 or the F-4. I know F-4s can go about 1,500 miles an hour, which is... Yikes. Yep, see? 1,400 miles an hour. It can go Mach 2.23. That's insane. Oh. Oh, no. 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 Yes. Oh, no. Warns, no me gusta. Why would you do that to a poor, unsuspecting F4? Okay. All right. If they're going to scrap it, I need them to just cut the thing in half, like right here, and then I'll just take this part. Okay? And then Flight Simulator. Okay? F4s are amazing, dude. That is... They are not... The F4 is basically the equivalent of if you took a semi-truck and attached a jet engine to the back. It's about as aerodynamic as such. But god dang, is that a cool-looking plane. This thing looks like a Gunstar or something. No, maybe not a Gunstar, but this thing looks super futuristic. Even by today's standards, that is a nice-looking plane. It's beautiful. Yeah, of course, Spoon. Maybe nuclear, yeah. So the F4, check this out. This is one of the reasons why I like it. The F4 is one of my favorite planes. Introduced in 1961. Mach 2.23. Check this out. F-22. Right? Watch this. Want to see how fast the F-22 can go? Look. 2.25. The F-4 can go as fast as an F-22. That's how ahead of its time it was. But the F-4 is not stealth. That's about all it can do is go as fast. It's literally a dragster in plane form. It definitely ain't that. Oh. Okay. She's showing us the goods, chat. Grab an F4 from early enough production and you'll save money on not having a gun to rip out. Fine. W. Must be against terms of service showing that. Yeah, I don't know. The F-106 is faster? Yeah, but the F-4 looks cooler. The Tornado GR4 can do Mach 2.2. I would argue it's a prettier plane than the Phantom. The Tornado? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, I like Tornadoes, but they aren't F4. They aren't F4 cool looking. They're almost F4 cool looking, though. They're close. Definitely close. Definitely a pretty plane. Like, I'm not going to sit here and spy. She's waving. Chat, she's waving at us. Chat, she's waving at us. Just smile and wave. Smile and wave. The Panavia Tornado is a European ground attack airplane, if I'm remembering right. F-104 is better. CF-105? Yeah, CF-105s are cool. All right. New commercial center. This wall-to-wall stuff is definitely more of a city specialization. It's looking for educated. It's looking for educated stuff. The wall-to-wall specialization is looking for more educated people than the non-wall-to-wall. Actually, hold on. Let me check. Oh no, we're just it's just teched up industry. Okay. Interdasting. Exactly, Pace. Yeah. Yeah, the F4 can go fast, but that's about all it's really good at. But, hey, I like going fast. Yeah, Sea Vixens are strange looking. Yeah, Su-35's dish. Totally with you on that. It's a beautiful looking plane. Yeah, totally with you on that one. I mean, they aren't a bad fighter either. I know, Tessa, I know. Yeah. What's our unemployment rate? We're floating a 6% unemployment rate. That's not bad, but that means we have some disparity here. And these guys are looking for well-educated workers. Here's the thing. You got to be careful here. You got to be careful. And this is going to sound stupid. I'm talking about in context of the game. You got to be careful about education. If you make too many smart people, no one's going to want to do these jobs over here. right? At least that, once again, this is the context of the game. It doesn't work this way necessarily in real life. It's a lot more complicated than just a game. It's like talking about orbital mechanics in KSP. They're good enough to kind of demonstrate the point, but it's not how the real thing works, right? So if we look at like income here, right? Level 1 industry is 2,000 is raking in $2,000 a week for us. If we look at total income, right? That is not an insignificant chunk. You just got to be careful, because then you're going to move to a service economy very quickly. If you move to a service economy, you have to be able, your city has totally different needs than it does with the industry. It all kind of hinges on education. That's why I really like to make sure my education is just enough. Because you don't want to flood the market with too many college graduates. It's not going to end well. Oh. It looks like wall-to-wall makes more noise from what I can tell here. Yeah, Duck, a little bit, but yeah. The library is a cultural institution which collects and stores books, films, newspaper documents, and much more. Everything is now made accessible to all citizens around the city for bar. The library gives a small bonus to education within the radius. 22, 400 a week operating. We're well in the clear. Let's do that. Oh, it put a hole in the side of that. It's just... Ugh. I hate that thing being right there. I don't like it built into the side of the hill. That looks ridiculous. We need to have it kind of centralized, but it's actually not a bad spot for it. All right, let me just do some modification to the terrain here so it doesn't look as bad. Much better. Now, give me, let's go back over here, get some footpaths. Long story short, dudes, you're looking to get better at cities. You gotta kind of find the balance of everything. There's an ebb and flow to how cities work in real life. It's really important to understand that balance. You can't go in one direction or the other. And that's even if, like, you're set on, you know, having just highly educated workers. You can't tip the scale too far in one direction, because if you do, you're gonna have a bad day. I am going to remove... I'm going to get rid of this district. I don't want that. Get rid of it. I don't want that there. It makes too much noise. Last, he's so focused. There's a new policy that fixes smart people and that stinking industry, Industry 4.0. Oh, okay. How are we doing over here in the meantime? Okay. This thing making some bank. 1,800. Yep. It seems everybody gets educated over time. Your people will move. You'll get influx, GNAC. If there's paying jobs here, highly educated people will move in. Yeah. Can't just keep everybody dumb. Or can you? I mean, you could build no school. You'll still end up getting well-educated people. Eventually. I like to basically have these numbers pretty nice and balanced. You know, it's not that you don't want any lower class jobs. It's not that you want like an IT sector. Not everything needs to be Silicon Valley, you know what I mean? A good idea would be to spread it all out. Don't put all your eggs into the low-end tech industry, like Tech 1 and Tech 2 industry, right? Because if your population gets too educated, then you're screwed. Nobody's going to work here. Simultaneously, if you have only an IT sector, then you end up importing everything. And if you import everything, right? Yeah, IT sectors make crazy amounts of cash. That's fine. But, you know, if something happens to that IT sector, right? You have no income. You're screwed. So, like, if a tornado takes it out in game, or if a tsunami takes it out in game, you're boned. You got to spread this out. There's a whole system going on here. And once again, I'm talking about in game, all right? So, don't get upset. Like, there's a whole hierarchy to this. I like spreading it all out. It makes your city pretty recession-proof. It makes it also kind of inadvertently disaster-proof. Oh, we went into the red for a second here. What's seeping up resources? Electricity? Roads? Yeah, my road maintenance. It's because I rebuilt this highway. The highways that are on default on the map, you don't pay maintenance on. But if you redo it, then you start paying for it. So I redid this highway, right, to get the city a little bit more better flow. And because I remade the highway, I have to pay for it. So my road bill is very high right now. That's kind of seeping me dry. Industry's making some good cash. Junk the road maintenance budget. If you do that, Tessa, you're not going to be able to... the trucks won't move as fast. Your roads, if you don't have road maintenance, your roads will take a speed hit over time. It doesn't show it, but that's what happens. But see, look, now it just popped up to 4,700. Where is all that income coming from? Yeah, 3,309. Yeah, it's when we're producing. This thing is producing petroleum. Call this a city or is it a mass transit system? It's a town at this point, dude. It's not very big. Power demand again? Oh yeah. This is skewing it all up. Give me 1 second, fellas. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go take a pee-pee real quick. The garbage is maxed out. Would it not be cheaper to add another dump incinerator to drop the budget down a little bit? Yeah. At what point is it more efficient to buy a new power station rather than overfund? Technically, if you overdrive, if you overclock the power stations, Aqualux, if you overdrive it, dude, it'll, it's inefficient. It's not good. You don't want to do that. It's more expensive doing that. But you don't need to do anything. All you do is just hit the slider. It really depends on how much you have in the bank. Do you have enough money to build another power plant? If you do, you should build another power plant. Yeah, and the further you get to 150, the worse it gets. That's right. I'll be right back. 1 second. Big. Ah. Now, I added 2 more there, but the oil truck should be pathing right to them. Yeah, they definitely are. Tink. Now, our refining industry should be... This number should go up big time. Should the tank be on the manifold? I could move it right here, but it would have to be staged for that. Aqualex, the real thing you have to do is figure out how, like, what's the flow rate of this? How many barrels can this thing move quick enough? Like, what's the correlation between having these to having these? And you'd have to make an optimal manifold for that. I've done that in the past. I did that with Epcot, with my Epcot project. Yeah. Ideally, you'd want these ahead of these on the manifold, right? I bet the roads can curve sharper. I mean, what we could do, if we wanted to mess with this, is do something like this, right? Like, how much is... Okay. You just got to make sure you don't want to mess with the pathing on this stuff. Why does that look so janky? There we go. That looks a little bit better. Yeah, see, we could extend it. And, yeah. We'd need a circulator or something, but... But yeah, we could extend this thing. Ways. But yeah, so we could put more there. I'm just... kind of going a little bit slow here. Is this a variant of a Tesla fluid valve? Not really. I don't think we're ever going to hit this capacity though, guys, so I'm not going to... I'm not going to mess with it too hard. Yeah, that's something for the future. But yeah, we could expand if we need to. We just got to figure out, like, what's the correlation here between this thing filling up and these things consuming, you know? So, like, each one of these can take 14 barrels, right? And what's our rate of processing? 4,000 units of petroleum per week. And how many barrels does that thing hold? 48. So if I'm understanding this right, if we keep this balanced, the balanced correlation here balances with the demand, right? So 14 so that would be about 50. 14 times 4 is 56. Yeah, so that means this thing is going to try to stay around 56 barrels, and that's about it. It won't go anymore. And we have a 300 barrel capacity, which means we really, unless we had enough for demand for like 300 barrels a pop, we really don't need to do that. What are your thoughts on all the games NVIDIA is playing with their GPU capabilities and pricing? I don't know, Aqualex. Graphics cards, dude, I honestly would almost rather talk about politics than graphics cards because people get equally as heated. It's ridiculous. Dude, I see people get into huge, nasty arguments in chat with about graphics cards, man. I'd almost rather talk about the president. Like, I'll be 100% honest with you, and I hate talking about that guy, and I hate talking about the guy before him too. You know, like it's like, oh, okay, no, please stop. Please stop. Oh my God. Fergs, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, man. I'm a graphic artist and I don't know what that means, dude. You don't know? I don't know what you're talking about. You just said a bunch of letters. Oh, man. I don't understand. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. I can't understand everything. Abort. Run. Yeah, that's no good. I'm sorry. You hate me too late. No. Actually, you guys want to see a little trick here? See these recycling centers? Recycling centers produce raw materials because they recycle them. Nice, you just added traffic. It's alright? When we make a bigger recycling complex, dude, we'll, yeah, we'll change that all up. Electrical again. Why? Why would you do this? Yeah, see, this is getting to be more and more of a diminishing return. We gotta save up for another oil power plant. This is supposed to look like... Yeah, it's called Cape Apple for a reason, because, yeah, Sneaky was telling me Big Apple. I get it. Like as deep as the damn Hudson. Is the electrical issues just from the bad indicator, or does it get impacted by the power plant going down due to water loss? The further you are away, the more likely you are to lose power when power goes into the yellow. But yeah, it's because we're not keeping up with demand. You get a rolling blackout. But it affects the things that are furthest away from the power plant first, which is actually kind of cool. Holy crap. What captured this, Thomas? Don't tell me somebody's out there on a boat. Tell me this is a buoy for or something. We're gonna build on the Hudson. Negative. No, we're not building in Teterboro, that's for sure. A sail drone? Oh, a sail drone. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, it says it. Maybe if I read something for a change. Yeah. That's coming off the coast. That's coming off the coast of Cape Cod. 20-foot swells, dude. Unbelievable. Look at that water. Man, that water is pissed. No, Tessa. Don't screw with hydraulic pressure. Hydraulics are not one to be trifled with. Not one to be trifled with. Planet Miller. "20-foot waves. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Ring Neptune. Yeah, the James Webb picture. Yep. Very, very cool. You should make sure that your industry isn't polluting the water and then the water isn't going in the water pump. Yep. No groundwater pollution from that. And the pumps are in a totally clear area. But yeah, generally you want your drinking water to be upstream from your industrial waste. But that's part of the reason why I'm doing inland treatment facilities. Right there. By the way, I guess to go to see Elton John in concert tonight. This guy. Nice. Nice. And let them drink poop. I don't think they want to. What's our unemployment down to? 6% running. We're running 6% unemployment with very, 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 very high demand for residential. Interesting. It's not chocolate milk. Do not drink the chocolate milk. Do not drink the chocolate milk. It's a bit nutty. So, since this is kind of a little bit of a New York thing going on here, let's, New York. Hey. Let's go up here. I kind of need to see how New York is. I mean, obviously there's Manhattan, right? Like, yeah, big stuff. Need to see how it kind of went from residential to, yeah, okay, yeah, it's just a cluster. Got it. Just a big cluster. Oh, look, there's the cemetery. Nice. It just never stops. It just keeps going. That's absurd. This is an absurd amount of population. Unbelievable. Out of curiosity, when will you be switching to Space News roughly? Oh, it's 4 o'clock. I don't know. Aim for 5, Alex, so 49 minutes. It, like, Airbanus, it's kind of freaking impressive, dude, when you think about it. Like, this is why I love cities, dude. I don't really like living in the city, but I love driving through them. Look at this. It's freaking impressive. Impressive. Most impressive. I'm trying to see, like, yeah, New York basically goes to close proximity residential right to, like, yeet in downtown Brooklyn right there. I don't even know if it's probably not called downtown Brooklyn, to be 100% honest with you. Yeah, a lot of famous U.S. Navy ships were built right there, Brooklyn Navy Yard. Then they weren't. Oh look, a mixed-use building that looks like an uncompleted piece of architecture. Didn't see that one coming. That's due to policies, I guess. I mean, Warren's, honestly, the cities over here grew so ridiculously fast. One from like influxes of immigrants and stuff, especially around New York. And like, I'm not going to say there wasn't any zoning rules. There definitely was, because there's somewhat of a uniformity to it. But our cities kind of grow. Most of our cities kind of grew out of a need. They grew naturally, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that other cities don't. Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Just how we kind of thought about it at the time was just to let the damn thing grow. You know, they weren't thinking about not overpopulation. They weren't thinking about population density per square mile when they zoned all this. That there's no way. It's all, Jan, it's basically mid-Atlantic. Like, I'm telling you, fellas, basically from DC to Boston, the Northeast Corridor, which is this right here, it's our population density is very similar. It's very correlative to like Europe. It's similar amounts of people per square mile. Don't get me wrong, it's not as dense, but it's close. I'm talking about the sudden drop in floor numbers. How many floors do the rest of the houses have? 2? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when it gets packed in, dude, there's no place to go but up. And Warren's, the other thing is that New York's soil is great for skyscrapers. The reason why it's great for skyscrapers is just because bedrock is really close to ground level. The reason why is a glacier scraped all of the soil off. Like 10,000 years ago, a big glacier came through here and cut the groove for the Hudson River. You can still see the grooves from it, believe it or not. See? That's what that is. It scraped all the topsoil off. So New York is very, very prime for building skyscrapers. It's really good because bedrock's really close to the surface. Yeah. There are certain areas, though, that don't have good soil. There are certain areas that are too close to the water. And if you just sit here and kind of look, just look at Manhattan. Let me turn off borders and layers and just keep 3D buildings on, right? You can see where the low soil is. There's soil that's too inundated with water, and then there's soil that's really close to bedrock. That's really good land to build buildings on. That's why uptown and downtown New York exist. So downtown is over there. Downtown is a ton of tall buildings. That's where the World Trade Centers were. That's where the new World Trade Center is. Right? There's like a bedrock is really close right here. It's really really good for building skyscrapers, but you can see as you go further north, you get into Soho, Little Italy, stuff like that. There's not very many large buildings here. The reason why is because the soil can't take it. This is like when the glacier came through, it scraped off the top. It's like, okay, here, let me explain. A better way to explain this, like there are low areas and there are high areas. If we look at our Minecraft save, for instance, and I know it's Minecraft, I get it, but if you look at the community Minecraft project and you look at the areas that we've flattened, there are areas that are stronger to build on than others if you scrape the topsoil. The glacier basically did that. See that right there? That's what it did. That's why there's only tall buildings in certain areas around New York. It's not necessarily the zoning. I guarantee it. What happens if a skyscraper is built there? Well, you could build a skyscraper there, but you'd have to go down into bedrock. Bedrock would be a long way. You got to remember, it's not like Minecraft in that regard, where bedrock is nice and uniform. It's crumbly. You have to find something strong to build into. There's nothing strong to build into that area because there's a low point of rocks, low and high points. See how there's like green mixed with rock right here? This would be stronger to build on, the stone, right? You'd want to build a building on a big slab of stone. It's stronger that way, right? Same thing, literally in real life. That's why. That's why there's no tall buildings right here. You can't. Well, don't get me wrong. You could, but it's much easier to try and get a building up here. Like, you can literally see it if you look at where the tall buildings are. You can see the non-uniformity of surface to bedrock. Pretty crazy, right? This was it's a very geologically active area, like when the glacier scraped over it. Once again, you could see the grooves that the glacier left when it scraped through here. Look, you can see them. See? Right there. And then the other one goes this way. And look, that scraping line follows the tall buildings. Kind of goes over here. Then it kind of goes back this way a little bit. And then it goes over there. See what I mean? Pretty cool, huh? Not a lot of people know that. Yeah, not a lot of people know that, which is actually really freaking cool. That's why you see tall buildings in Manhattan right next to like a small building, because it can literally change instantly. Because once again, a glacier came through and scraped off all the topsoil, and it got down to it got really close to bedrock and stone when it came through in the last ice age. Yeah, pretty cool stuff, right? And once again, you see that same phenomenon over here, and over here, and even in Brooklyn. You know what I mean? See how the buildings kind of follow a weird path? It's not necessarily correlative to roads either. Interesting, right? Yeah, not a lot of people know that, dude. I think that's super interesting. When I learned about that, I was like, wait, what? Yeah. This glacier also formed the Catskill Mountains, too. The glacier came through and deposited some soil in some places and scraped off soil in other places. That's why if you go up the Hudson, right? You go further up the Hudson, you could even, I mean, it's a little ways off from the Hudson, but see the Finger Lakes right there? See the Finger Lakes? That's in western New York, out near Rochester and Buffalo. You see the Finger Lakes. They look like a bunch of fingers. Guess what direction the glacier was going? Going that way. What do they point towards? More or less right at New York. Pretty cool, huh? Keep in mind that the glacier didn't all go in one direction. When glaciers move, they spread. So it kind of spread out. But yeah, some of the glacier came through and cut the Hudson River. That's why the Hudson River exists. Yeah, not a lot of people know that. These are easier areas to build skyscrapers, which is why the skyscrapers are clustered into uptown and downtown. Pretty cool, huh? Like, all this, and then to be honest, all this area over here is pretty good for building, from what I understand. Like, you can see that there's tall buildings here. This would be correlative to zoning. You know how I know? Central Park is right there. That's a big zoned project, obviously, right? Was it the Catskills that were part of the same mountain range that spanned from the US to the UK and some of Western Europe historically? That's correct, Abigail. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Appalachian Mountains are some of the oldest mountains in the world right now. And the Appalachian Mountain Range, you see how it kind of tails off. It goes up here, and then it kind of tails off once you get into Newfoundland, right? You go over here. The Highlands of Scotland. Highlands. You can see the mountain range split. That's part of the Appalachian Mountains, technically. And then if you go into Norway, there's the rest of the range. True story. Yeah, you can see it. See, right there. And then when everything's split, they separated. And then the mountain range comes down here. Like that. It literally, you could trace a straight, well, not a straight line, because they didn't spread out like this. They spread apart from each other on a globe. But where they stopped, like kind of right here, and then they keep going up there. Pretty crazy, right? Yeah, and a little south of Iceland. Yeah, there's, yeah. Mm-hmm. Pretty nuts, right? Yeah, geology, man. Geology's really freaking cool. Really, really, really interesting stuff. But yeah, that's why there's only tall buildings in certain parts of New York. It's not necessarily because of zoning. If you want to see more or less what like rapid zoning looks like and kind of just expand at an insanely quick rate, you want to look at Detroit or Los Angeles. Detroit had rapid influx in the early 1900s into the 1920s into the 1930s. The reason why is because the auto industry exploded, and everyone came to Detroit to look for work. Detroit is just kind of,
Discovery, go at throttle
it's
up.
rapid growth. Like, they just kept going with it. They just kept going. You could see how the city spread out really quickly. I mean, Detroit is freaking huge. It's way bigger. I don't want to say it's bigger than Manhattan, but it's bigger than Manhattan. It's pretty freaking huge. The Detroit metropolitan area is all of this. Detroit spread like crazy quick. Hey, Abigail, welcome to Mission Control. Go at throttle up. This is more like Warren's, if you're interested, this is more what kind of just rapid influx looks like with a city. And you can see it even kind of spread across the border into Canada. That's Canada right there. That's Windsor. Detroit, no, Detroit's still the same size. There's just less people, so you tend to see stuff like this. But at the time, in like the 40s and the 50s, this was all jam-packed with houses. It looked like Brooklyn. Buenos Aires, yep. Yeah, Buenos Aires had influx after World War II. Absolutely. Yep. This was before World War II. But, yeah. Some of it was after World War II. Like, if you get out here to where this ends up just being completely uniform for miles and miles and miles and miles. Like this is all World War II housing. All of it. Yeah, that's rapid influx. Proof that the city boy born and raised in South Detroit was just Canadian. Yeah, South Detroit is a river, or Windsor, yeah. It's not a ghost town. No, Emilios. There's not ghost towns, there's just less people. That's all. My fiance is from Michigan, from Metro Detroit. Brimo grew up in this area here. So I've been there. I've seen it. Yeah, there's just less people. But it's still big. The city's still gigantic. It's a freaking huge city. It shows the rapid influx. LA is another good example of that. Rapid influx after World War II. San Diego is another example of that. San Diego had rapid influx in the 60s. Which is interesting. But yeah, LA is kind of just, okay, there's too many people here, just build wherever. Just build wherever you need to build. And then Detroit had kind of localized influx because of other problems in the 60s. But yeah, that's another... Is Detroit as dangerous as it's made out to be? Depends on where you go, Patton. Detroit is very interesting from a demographic standpoint. You can literally go from one of these proverbial grid squares to the next one, and it looked like you're on a different planet. It's very interesting. That's what I mean about local influx. So Detroit had some racial tensions in the 60s, in the late 60s, and a lot of people ended up moving out of the city because, guys, you think like stuff that goes down nowadays is bad? Urban militias fought the National Guard in 1967 in Detroit, like full-on warfare gunfights. Like, oh, there's a sniper in the roof, get him, like it got pretty nuts. A very interesting thing to read about. And everyone got freaking scared, so everybody moved out. So that's what I mean about localized influx. And don't get me wrong, it's terrible. It's a terrible thing. It's sad if you read about it. It kind of sucks. But everybody ended up spreading out. So on top of the influx that Detroit was getting from the 30s and the 40s, there was a localized, flight of people out of the city. Yeah, dude, like the National Guard got called in and they were straight up going building to building like insurgent style in Afghanistan. Like, go look it up. It's insane. Like, I'm just like, I can't believe something like that would happen. It's really sad, So there was a localized influx on top of that went from one part of the city to another. So that's why it kind of depends. There are parts of Detroit I wouldn't go to. But there are other parts of Detroit that are about some of the safest neighborhoods in the world. It's really weird. redlining subs and subsidized suburbs didn't help either. Highways tend to do that. Yeah, but I understand what you mean. Areas to avoid? I don't know. It's not too bad. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, you're gonna know where you're gonna avoid, what areas to avoid, but it's because most of that area isn't Detroit. It's lots of smaller cities. Actually, that's false. The Detroit as a city is gigantic. They eminent domained a bunch of towns. The Detroit metropolitan area, the part that's actually Detroit, is huge. It's freaking huge. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting to read about. It's bad. It's just very unfortunate. But yeah, very interesting stuff, huh? But yeah, this is more rapid influx. That's what rapid influx in the States looks like. Because we have the space to expand. So they just said, all right, just keep expanding. I mean, I guess. Sure. They didn't build up because they didn't have to. It's not like New York. They just kept going out. That's why a lot of the western parts of cities in the United States, basically everything from about here over looks completely different than the cities that you find over here in the eastern part of the country. I was talking about San Diego. San Diego had a huge expansion in the 60s because it was inexpensive to live there, and it's, their infrastructure was there to drive there, so you could get a lot of crazy influx and stuff. So, like, because the national highway system was kind of good to go, you could take 40 not 40. The 5 and the 10, you could take that right into the city. And San Diego, because it was so inexpensive to live there, had rapid expansion in the 60s. Like, rapid expansion. But you could see, even then, they built out. It's not like anything is particularly densely packed, not like New York. I mean, don't get me wrong, San Diego's pretty packed in, but you can see how this was all planned out. It was all planned expansion. Cool thing about it is that it expands with the terrain. So where the flatter terrain was, they built more city. You can't, building up into these mountains is not really useful. No, it wasn't the gold rush. That's San Francisco. Yeah, Boston infilled land. Yep. Mm-hmm. And you see that kind of influx right now, if you really want to talk about influx going on. When I say influx, I mean a lot of people move to the city all at once. When you see that influx right now, I can give you a perfect example. That's Dallas. You gotta go south a little ways. Austin is a perfect example. Austin is seeing that rapid influx that I'm talking about. Everybody's moving there because it's inexpensive. Ironically, they're moving from places like California, which is interesting. You study it, like in the 60s, California's the place to go. And now people move out, but California's still a pretty good place. A lot of people live there. There's a lot of people in that state. Yeah, Austin is seeing such rapid influx that they're having trouble building enough houses. Like, I'll bet you in another couple of years, all this will get swallowed up and it'll look like that. Like, look, even in these Google Earth pictures, you can see they're zoning entire freaking neighborhoods because the influx is ridiculous. The thing is that Austin's highway systems can't take it. They weren't designed for this many people. So they've started to build, roads out over here. See that highway? This highway out here, the one that goes by the airport, and coincidentally the one that has the Gigafactory on it, that was designed to alleviate inner city traffic problems. That road that goes down here, it basically goes, you see how it, for the most part, just goes around Austin? That's what it's designed to do. But what you should see here in the next couple of years, you should see housing developments pop up all on this road, because highways are like arteries. The highway brings life with it. And look at all the new development in here. See what I'm talking about? You can see them building it. It's just like cities. It's the same thing as cities. You build a highway, that gives people a reason to get there. So you'll see a lot of population pop up around highways, and not so much nowadays, but train tracks too. Train tracks. That's more of a thing from the 1800s. But look at all this new development. Yeah, that highway has an 80-mile-an-hour speed limit. Yep, I've driven on it. I've driven on it, Lig. I've driven on it when I went down here. That highway also has a certain thing that's kind of near and dear to my heart. Formula One. Formula One tracks on that highway. That was not an accident, dudes. That was not an accident. They zoned that there on purpose. Yes, car-dependent squirrel. Now, boss, yeah, I get it. But it's Texas. It's Texas. What do you want? It's Texas, man. Lots of oil. Now, you want to see something interesting? You go over to a state like Florida. Believe it or not, guys, people aren't gonna like hearing this. Florida is expanding their train system like crazy. Their train system, they're coming up with mass transit systems for Florida, like Brightline, high-speed rail. Florida's flat, great for high-speed rail, real easy to build. It's not like California where you have to go through a couple of mountains if you want a high-speed rail track to work. Florida is expanding their train network like freaking wildfire. See, look, they're building new train stations, all kinds of crazy stuff. Now, I know what this looks like. It looks like, well, the train station doesn't really go anywhere. But if we get off the photogrammatic picture, watch this. They're building it out like freaking weeds, man. They're building it like cities fast. Look at that. Look at that whole, dude, high-speed rail. You can take high-speed, in another couple of years, you'll be able to take high-speed rail from Jacksonville to Miami. Unbelievable. And it'll be faster than a car. But look, the high-speed rail goes right through the airport. Smart. Very smart. And check this out. You want to see something crazy? The rail station for the airport has a localized mass transit system right here. That's what this is. It's a mass transit system, and it runs parallel to the train tracks. And that goes right into the airport. See? It goes right into the main terminal there. And then the high-speed rail... Where does that high-speed rail end up? Yep, there it goes. High-speed rail goes around the airport, and then it turns right up here onto 528. And it follows that. Guess where that goes? You want to tie this all together? Really? Follow the tracks. Well, spoiler alert, it goes to something that's near and dear to my heart. Goes right to the Space Coast, and then turns south towards Miami. Pretty cool, huh? I've seen the Hudson Canyon off of NYC. Yeah, of course. How fast is it? It's high speed, Josh. It's not finished yet, so I don't really know how fast it is, to be 100% honest with you. But yeah, Florida. You wouldn't expect it, right? Like, that's totally... I was like, wait, Florida's... Why do they need high-speed rail? Because it's flat. It's easy to make it. You don't need to do anything. Just dig a hole, let all the water go into the hole, take the dirt, mount the tracks up high, and you're good to go. Yeah. Florida's building... They're building trains, like fast trains. Subway... Well, not subways. It's elevated in Florida. You can't build subways down there. You'll just make a well. Red Fox 270 to 300. Yeah, so 180 miles an hour. It's a freaking monster, dude. Yeah, no, Warrens, I'm talking like real high-speed rail, not this kiddie stuff that we up where I am that we call high-speed rail that goes 120 miles an hour. So, like what, 220 kph? No, we're talking about real high-speed rail, like bullet train, like bye-bye. That's what I'm talking about. FYI. Yep. No, there you go. Yeah, Brightline. There it is. They're building like crazy, dude. You know what the nutty part is? Florida's floating a surplus right now. Go figure. They're floating a gigantic surplus, kind of like we are. So much that that they're like lowering taxes. They're like, we're making way too much money. Interesting, right? But it is possible to build a subway in a swamp, but it has to be like 100 meters deep. Speaking from experience, are we? Yeah. You what? There's a reason why they're so deep. See, out here they have to take the surplus and fix the MBTA. Jensen, I was talking to my I was at my sister's wedding this weekend. I was talking to my uncle, and my uncle is he is an electrical engineer, and he worked on the Orange Line. He does consulting work now, so he basically works wherever he's needed. He works with the FRA and a bunch of other stuff. Guy's skills are really in demand, apparently, from what I understand. He's worked on not high-speed rail. He's worked on mass transit systems in Boston, in Baltimore, in New York, in Florida. Dude, Brightline actually called him the other day. That's what he was telling me. They called him and like, hey, can you help us? So the guy really knows his stuff when it comes to trains. So I asked him about the Orange Line. Oh. It's not as much of a cluster as you might think it is. But it's almost as much of a cluster as you think it is. Spider. Not anymore. Please share the details. Well, the long story short, what I've been told, or what he was telling me, is that, honestly, guys, they shut down the Orange Line basically in all of August. They shut it down because I thought that they shut it down because an Orange Line train had a 40-year-old part on it, and that part failed, and it caught on fire, and that people almost, nobody got hurt, but people almost burned alive in the damn train. Well, it was on a bridge over a river, by the way, so there's that. But that's not the reason they shut it down, believe it or not. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. They were already planning on shutting down the trains. The thing is that the Orange Line runs, it stops at 12:30 in the morning, and it starts at 3:30 in the morning. It has a downtime every day of about 3 hours. Jens said the problem is, in order to stay federally compliant, right, and get the dollars for, subsidizing mass transit from, like, at the federal level, right? Hey, we leveled up. In order to do that, they needed to start upgrading the railroads. They needed to start upgrading it, right? So, upgrade the rails, upgrade the situational awareness system, signaling, switches, stuff like that. They needed to upgrade everything. The problem is, even if you stage everything, like even if you're tip-top on your game, it takes about an hour and a half to shut off the old systems and put the new systems in. And it takes about an hour and a half again to undo that. And you have 3 hours of downtime before another train comes down the tracks. So even if you're like tip-top on your game, which they aren't, there is literally about 5 minutes to test new systems on the Orange Line. So the work backed up. I don't know who thought that was a good idea, but yeah, it wasn't. Yeah. So these new standards for rail were implemented a little while ago, right? And they've been trying to upgrade the systems, but they literally do it at a snail's pace until something broke, finally. Yeah, interesting thing. My uncle was telling me about different implemented systems, how they test the systems, what you need to test the system. Basically, like how, like, the signaling guys are at odds with the rail guys because the rail guys need the tracks, but if the signaling guys are on the tracks, then the rail guys can't work on the tracks. And then even right when the system shuts off, if a train gets stuck or something, like right at the end of the night at 12:30 when the last train comes through, it's going to leave the station at 12:30 and it's going to get to the end of the line at like 1. So the trains stop at 12:30. That means the last train goes out at 12:30. So you have to gradually shut down the line and then you have to gradually open the line. It works like a caterpillar almost. Dude, it's a cluster, man. It's not, but that makes sense. That makes sense. That's why the feds finally came in and said, you're not doing what we're telling you to do. And they said, well, we really can't because we really don't have any downtime. And they said, all right, shut it down. They did a diehard. This is Hoyt down at Nakatomi. Shut it down. Shut it down now. Did you hear the story of the lady of the Orange Lines who jumped from the bridge? You're the one that told me that, dude. Here in the UK, planning is done well in advance for any work. I can go look up the plan next for UK railways. Surely the people who use the Orange Line could have lived without it for 24 hours given notice. Yeah, uncapping, that's the problem. The insistence on keeping the line open at the behest of maintenance. It's literally deferred maintenance for... It's deferred maintenance for a little bit of extra convenience. Because who the hell's riding that train at 3:30 in the morning? Who rides? I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's people. But, yeah. It's ridiculous. Like I said, it's kind of a cluster. You can kind of see why the systems don't... Like, why this happened. But I wanted to just sit there and be like, oh my gosh, like, you know, you guys can't even operate a train line. How hard is it to operate a train line? It's not that they can't operate the train line. It's that they have no downtime to fix anything. So they end up having 40-year-old cars running down the line. And then when those 40-year-old cars break, then you end up getting an issue. Yeah, that's right, Jensen. Yeah, the medical industry never sleeps, dude. People are always going to get sick. Doesn't matter what the time of day is. You're right. I actually asked my uncle about this, and I said, okay, so why don't, if the line is like if the line is 2 tracks, why don't you shut down one side of the tracks? Right? Like, that would make sense. You shut down one side of the tracks, and the trains can use the other side of the tracks. And he kind of went, yeah, I mean, I guess that could work, but how are you going to have inbound and outbound trains from the city? And I'm like, yeah, no, nope, never mind. That's not a good idea. Yeah, very interesting stuff, dudes. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, Warren C, here's the problem. You buy a car and store it in Boston, you're crazy. You're crazy. Honestly, dealing with the insufferability of our rapid transit system is actually less expensive than trying to buy and store a car in the city. On non-Orange Line stuff, the MBTA is currently trying to double the track on the commuter line I take. It's cool to see them work on it. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like having another mortgage payment if you want to try to park in the city. And that's not serious, you know what's crazy? That you said the same in London? We don't even have a commuter tax, dude. There's no, like, tax for parking in the city. We don't even have that. It's just freaking expensive because there's a lot of demand. How flat is Boston? Rolling hills, Josh. Think the Midlands, dude. It's rolling hills like that. That's probably part of the same stretch of terrain, to be honest with you. Like, you know, it's got high hills, but they're not like mountains or anything. Like here, I can show you. Yeah, you can ride bikes. Boston is pretty bike friendly, to be honest with you. Yeah. It's pretty bike friendly. So like, Josh, we go over here. Let me like just look here. We'll take Bristol for instance because it's near the water. Let me just look at the terrain. Yeah, kind of like this. Yeah, pretty much like that. You know, it's hills, but it's not like it's rolling hills. It's not too bad. Wachusett Mountain is A, not part of Boston, and B, not near it. The roads aren't too bike friendly. UK's got a similar problem with some of our rolling stock. Rolled out in the 80s as a 15-year stopgap, literally city buses on rail tracks. Yeah. I'll be honest with you guys, it's kind of bike friendly where I live, dudes, but it's not. I wouldn't ride a bike. I'd take the train before I ride a bike. Some of these roads, cars drive way too fast on for what it is. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. That's not a good idea. All right. Yep. And just as I thought, 56 barrel storage, right? Do we have trash problems? Our garbage processing is still a little bit under capacity. Okay. Bike to the train station. That's what a lot of people do, son. What's that hill called at the 95-128 split? 95-128-93 split. That's Blue Hill? That's the tallest hill around Hammer Nails. It's about 800 feet. Exactly, Arclux, yeah. You still need a new power plant? Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, we're getting residential influx again. I don't like how much influx we're getting. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good for the city, but oh. Yeah, okay, we're just filling the gap where all those people died. All right, sweet. Good to know. Apparently, your population has a 4-year lifespan. I mean, not everybody that moves in is 5 years old, though. Old people ain't allowed to move? Yeah. Okay, industrial demand is down right now, which is okay. We're still getting spiking residential, but we're making 5,900. Now we're talking. What's making 8,000? Wait, where am I getting all that money from? It's coming from taxes. From tier 3 taxes, 33,000 bucks. Hang on, I'm watching the numbers. I'm trying to see which one of those income numbers is flexing the most. Like, moving. Yeah, James, I guess. 7,800, 3,418, 4,800. Industry staying steady at 4,800. I wish I could see this in like a graph form. That would be super useful. Yeah, we're floating a gigantic honking surplus here. If our income is staying constant, these numbers are more or less constant. Something is fluctuating over here. Our expenses are going up and down. Doesn't City have graphs under the menu? Yeah, but I don't think you get necessarily like expenses, do you? We have the treasury and the budget. The oil industry fluctuation, yeah. Okay, yeah, sure, man. All right, so there's the value. Yep, putting a lot of equity into the city there. It's the oil industry fluctuation? Dude, I don't think so. I was just sitting there watching our expenses, and that's... Oh. Yeah, dude. Look at that. Look at what 4 refineries are doing. Unbelievable. Yep. So you know what we're doing? You know what we're gonna do? There's a petrochem plant right there. Drop 2 down, and then this thing should dispatch trucks here. Yep, it immediately the oil drum immediately dispatched the trucks. Unreal, dude. That's cool. Did you hear about the Twitch news? Not saying we have to talk about it. I know, I'm aware of it, RJ. Yeah, I don't know is the answer to that question. I mean, we have the capacity to deal with 3,000 barrels, so if we want to... Oh, we don't have much cash to play with. Just remember to arch your shoulders!
Go and throttle up.
Artemis 1 teleconference tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern. Good to know. Rush Shock, 35 months. There's the ban on gambling sites. I don't want to talk about it here. I've been trying to avoid that completely. Yeah, Hell Hydra, there's a lot of interesting stuff going down. Yeah, public, who knows? You can make a diverging diamond, God Nukes, yeah. JPL just tweeted and deleted that the next Ingenuity flight is on the 24th. Okay. Good to know. What's the reason for not having intersections in this area? Trucks jam up intersections, dude. Yeah. That's why we feed like this. Trucks jam up intersections. Keep the trucks on the highways as much as you can. Because trucks going in here jams everything up, dude. That's why if I do have trucks going over here, they literally just go straight through, or they go over here to here, and that's about it. If I set my route indicator, see where they're going? We want... See what I mean? I don't particularly like the trucks are finding their way into this residential neighborhood. I'd prefer them all to take the main road to go into that industrial area, but... Yeah, this works. This is not too bad. But the rest of the trucks that are coming in, if we check influx from this side... Yeah. Parks and Promenades is the new DLC. So delete the other access? We could. It doesn't seem to be too big of a deal, Rocket Guy. That's why I'm not too incredibly worried about it. If, like, most of the trucks were going this way, that's when I'd be like... But what we could do... What you could do is this. Watch, ready? Boop. Switching this to a dirt road what that's going to do is the AI is going to see that there's a huge slowdown over here, and the AI will prioritize the road with the higher speed. If you look at these, they have a correlative speed. See the speed's 30 right there on the dirt road, but on that four lane road with no sidewalks, is it 30 to 40, right? That's, yeah, see, the AI, the traffic will understand that, and they should start pathing. You don't need to get rid of the road. A pedestrian street could do it too. Yeah, if we use the palace and promenade stuff, we go over here and we set it to a small bluestone pedestrian street, then there's no way for them to get there. Yeah. Yeah, you could set it to a bus-only street. And the cop cars are just like, hmm? Yeah, that's cool. There's a bunch of cool stuff that you can do. There's no buses in the city. Alright, guys. It's 5 o'clock. I could keep playing this all day, but you know what we could do? We could play it tomorrow. Actually, we got that Artemis 1 press conference tomorrow at 12:30, so there's really not going to be any early hours. It's just going to be an all-space day tomorrow. I'd love to see you do a city where everybody walks everywhere in buses, only buses. What about trucks? Are you planning on streaming Dart on Monday? Darts on Monday? What time? $19.14 EDT, so that's 7. Maybe. Honestly, probably not. Just one guy, guys. I have to do. You know what? I don't know. I don't see why I can't tell you guys this. The lease on Brimo's car ends on Monday. So I have to go to the dealership. And Brimo works from 9 to 5. So, see what I'm working with here? Rock guy's like, I'll be around! Dude, I'll shoot you a raid or a host, or I mean, can you host anymore? I think they took that feature out. I know you said you probably won't do that, but I will be very interested on how you would set up bus patterns around your city. Yeah. That'd be. I mean, honestly, if I was going to put a bus route, Mapoko, in that city that you just saw, it would go from industry to the residential area. Like, on that main road with the trucks, that's where the bus route would be. The reason why is because most of these people are commuting to the industrial area. If we want to keep traffic off of that road and alleviate congestion, which we don't have, which is why I'm not building a bus, you'd build a bus lane, right? And it would go from the industrial area back and forth. That's it. Move people to the factory and then move people back home. That's all. Just back and forth. But there's no need for that. I don't need that. We don't have any congestion. Those 4-lane roads are working very well. Yeah, so I have to go wheel and deal with a I have to go wheel and deal on Monday, so I might not be here for Dart. All right. Fellas, I'm going to take a break here. Yeah, this weekend is getting crazy. Yeah, guys, it turns out, like, once you get out in the house, you got real life. Real life starts to get a little insane. No inner city stops. No, not really, Mapoko. Buses are really good from, like, I know this is going to sound dumb, and people are going to disagree with